laugh cause he bought you a drink. Shows you can cease hatred free. You still know how to bring the heat. On this one, but there's never no peace. Try to stop talking like this. You go from number one to nothing at all. Just a bit. Oh, how do you feel? Oh, I wish I was not as way to stay. You don't have to do. You gotta wait.
Yeah, no, I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means?
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told you that a husband and wife is supposed to be the representation of God and the church. He said he's a husband. I asked him if he sees himself as the embodiment of God, and he said no. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what is the epistles?
The epistles are the apostles. Are you talking about the apostles?
No, what can you?
And there we go, folks. Here I am back again. Sorry, I don't know what went on with my intro clip. That was kind of nuts. And oh well, it'll work out. It will be fine. So working on new cool software that I don't know anything about. Anyway, so I don't know what was going on with the sound. I have a feeling it has something to do with the way that I'm working the camera interface, but anyway, waiting on Kat to get here. While we do that, we will we'll just do our normal startup. I think Kat is still on her channel, talking about alphas and sigmas and things like that. Sounded better than normal? Yeah. So it's yeah, Kat's doing cat stuff. What can you do? Can't do anything about it. So I went out today and recorded a video with one of Glenn's buddies, and he had he's got a it's an interesting deal. You know, I had not I don't know what I really expected. First of all, we actually went to a studio, and which was very much like the studio I have at home, shockingly, and so that worked out pretty good. And I don't know, man. It was really different. It was really cool, but it was really different. And you know, I've got to I got to get it. I got to figure it out a little better, but it'll be okay, guys. And you know, as far as the look at as far as the startup today, man, it was rough. I don't know what's going on with the sound. I actually changed my software that I'm using, and I'm learning it still. So at some point, I'm going to have to, you know, figure it all out. But until then, this is what it is. This is how it rolls. So it'll be okay. I do need to remind everybody that this podcast is supported solely by my wallet, and at some point, I'm going to have to actually attempt to make money doing it. So any donations are appreciated, but as always, if you can't afford to send anything in, please don't. That's not what we want. Really want people to go out and stack cash and be better people, and you can't do that if you're giving it away to podcasts all the time. So if you can, great. If you can't, that's great too. But it does cost a shocking amount, actually, to make stuff happen. So the professional studio that I went to today was very much like the studio that I have created for myself in my little space in my airplane shed, and it's not bad. It's not bad. So I have I now have an idea about what to do. Even better, the studio that I went to was actually, I don't know, it wasn't what I expected, but at the same time, it was really cool and kind of what I expected. So, Jorn, welcome. I see that you've walked in while I was not paying attention to the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The TTS does work, by the way, guys. I will, I'll trigger that just to make sure. But everybody, this is a test. It's nothing but a test. We're just going to test this really quick. You should be able to hear that.
John donated $93.
Oh, man, I forgot to do this.
This is a test donation for
An echo on my end.
$93.
So I forgot to, I think I need to remove this. Let's do this. So yeah, guys, we got this stuff going on. Really good time today. Can you guys all hear that? Hope so. Let's try it again.
John donated $55. This is a test donation for $55.
Yeah. So there we go. That's working now. That's good. It was it's been touch and go getting that to working. It really has. I mean, it's really taken a lot of time and effort to get it work or to work properly. So now we have that, and now you guys can send that right in. Perfect. It's working. Excellent. Good job. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted. So it's going to have a nice chill stream. I'm trying to get some people to come in today, and we will hopefully have a really great, unplanned to some degree, because I felt like I was going to be in a studio all day today and then out to dinner tonight, and I wasn't really planning on streaming, but here we are. So this is what we're doing. Yep. So what are we doing now? Anybody got any hot burning issues? I've already talked about the president today. One thing I need to look into, because I heard today that that Biden steps down. So earlier today, I heard that Biden was going to actually drop out of the race, or that he had said that he was dropping out of the race and basically had already done it. I didn't believe that, and now that I'm looking, I can't find any articles where that's true. Has anybody seen anything that I'm not aware of? I know there's a lot of calls for Biden to drop out. I know that basically half the party wants him out, but I believe he's still refusing to step down. I was very dubious today when I heard that he had stepped down, and it looks like that I'm right about that. That he really intends to go the distance. He believes that he can beat Trump, even though nobody else does. And here's my theory on this. I believe that the Democrats, they don't want to waste a bullet. If they put right now, yeah, TR Finley, that's exactly what I heard. Right now, as I understand it, what it looks like is that I have not seen the Venmo leaks. Can you throw me can you have Mr. Boulay give you the ability to throw me a link? That would be great, Stank D. Mr. Boulay, give Mr. Stank D the ability to throw me a link. Yeah, so so here's the thing. I don't think the Democrats think they now have the votes after the assassination attempt to beat Trump. and I think that they don't want to waste a bullet, so to speak, by using up one of their good candidates. So they don't want to risk. Basically, they don't want to risk anything. So while they are somewhat calling for Biden to step down and whatnot, they're really not. And I think they're really going to go ahead with him being in there. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. So, yeah, good stuff all around there. Yeah. So, yeah. Dude, they've opened so many doors. Let me see if I can search it. Let's see what we got here. I'm looking at this now. So let me just get rid of all the ads. Let's see. Venmo account. Obviously, he spends money with his party, the GOP. Yeah, okay. Wealthy financiers. Yep, that's okay. Technology exec. Okay, sure. Fellow graduates of Yale Law School. Okay, perfect. Wired analysis of the account. The people listed as Vance's friends, and in turn, the people listed as their friends highlight sometimes blah 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 blah. It's a lot of nonsense. Who cares that he knows the girl Amalia Halikas? Yeah, that doesn't bother me. This is a big fat nothing burger. He's doing his job, near as I can tell. So, yeah, interesting. Very interesting stuff. Not. This is boring. My Venmo's more interesting. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a wash. I think basically they expect to lose. This is what I think of this is what I think the Democratic leadership is actually thinking right now. What I think they're really thinking is that they can't win. And even though they can probably cheat, that's not a guarantee anymore. And especially with all the calls for ballot watchers and all of these other things, it's going to be very difficult for them to cheat. And they know that. So, as near as I can tell, there's no as near as I can tell, there's nothing else that's going to help them. And so here's where I think they are. If they leave Biden in, they're fighting a race with no incumbent. If they put Trump in, they're also fighting a race with no incumbent. That's interesting, right? That's very interesting. So I think that they would rather not waste a good candidate fighting Trump when they feel like that they could probably beat handily someone else like J.D. Vance or somebody else that the Republican Party puts up. In any case, I just don't see much of this going forward than where it is now. I don't think they can get this done in time. I think this is a scare tactic meant to dishearten conservative voters to keep them home on election day because their vote will be canceled out by the so-called illegal immigrants vote. I don't think they can do it. I just don't feel like they can do it. It would be interesting to see how they think they can do it. That would be very interesting. But I don't think they've got the votes. I don't think they can make it happen. It's a bad, it's just to me, it's a bad plan. It's a bad plan all around. Yeah. So yeah, to me, it's just a bad plan all around. I wouldn't, I think the Democrats are really, really screwed right now. I really do. I really think that they're really, really screwed, and I don't think there's anything they can do about it. So, and the worst thing, because everybody's basically saying that they're going to. Well, not everybody. Several people have told me that they feel like they feel like they feel like that the Republicans are disheartened and all of these other things, but I really don't know that that's to be true. I had not heard this, but I do also think that I do believe that so I believe that at some point you're going to find that the Democrat Party is afraid of putting Kamala in place because I'm 90% sure she can't win, and that scares the Democrats really badly, like really badly. I just don't think they're going to do it. There will be more attempts. Sure, absolutely. I think there will be. Yeah, he's doing his job, dude. I mean, here's the thing. Even if I rail against somebody to change their mind, I have to go to lunch. I may have to take them to lunch. The architects of the 2025, he took the lady from Heritage Foundation to lunch probably, or gave her money for some donation to something that he agrees with. This is a nothing burger, bro. It's a nothing burger. I get it because, they basically always want to make something out of nothing, but it's a nothing burger. So, and also, by the way, I don't actually, I don't agree with the Heritage Foundation, somebody that we need to kind of take a look at. That's pretty interesting. I did not know that. That's really, really interesting, actually. So that's really, really interesting. Which part makes sense? Help me out. Are you talking about Vance? I actually like Vance. I think Vance is probably pretty moral. I think he's probably more moral than most of the people on the Hill. So I haven't had time. I wanted to go do it tonight, but I decided to stream with you guys instead. So I may have to send you your money back, bro, because I don't know that I'm going to be able to get by there. Last night we did Brazilian steakhouse with my wife and all of her friends. So I really want to go because that place looks awesome, and I really need an actual steak. Maybe I can go to later tonight. If the Dems were smart enough, pardon me. If the Dems were smart enough, they would focus on increasing their majority in the Senate. Yes. Take the loss on the presidency and focus instead on Congress. They're going to do the why not both. I'm just telling you. That's what's going to happen. Scare tactic makes sense, yeah. We got Based back in. What's up, dudes? You can't please everyone, so there's that. That's true. You cannot please everyone. And the thing is especially in politics, and I hate to say it, man, but as conservatives, we tend to cut our own face off a lot, like so much. And you know, I'd be lying if I said that I'd be lying if I said that it was easy in this election. I mean, everybody in politics is going to have somebody backing them that I don't like. It's the nature of the beast. At the end of the day, I think that we all have to remember that when we have this idea in our head of a conservative, again, and we've been talking about this for a week now, that just because we don't agree with these points here, these points there, that doesn't mean that we should just throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? It's still Vance is awesome. His voting record on almost everything that I care about is really good. It's not, I mean, dude, it's not 100%, but I've never had a single politician. Name one politician that every single thing they did you agreed with. I would really like to hear that. Yeah. Welcome, Angel Berber, clocking in for that night shift. For you guys just showing up, I do actually have TTS working now. Glenn Lawrence, get in here, bro. Get in here. Let's talk about this. I think the Dems have great chance at running the RNC just by driving their agenda more left, and doing so, moderate Democrats are going to have to align more with the right, and in doing so, they can something. Well, I don't disagree with that. I think that, you know, right now we have basically, and Glenn, get in here, bro. Right now, I feel like that we're in a situation where we have a group of people that the best conservative that we can get in the White House, the best conservative we can get elected, is a moderate, right? This is fucked up. It just is. You couldn't get Rand Paul elected if you it just wouldn't matter. So, you know, it's just crazy. Dude, Elon Musk is giving Trump $49 million a month. Come on, Cam. You played this game? I do think that the CEO of PayPal, which Elon Musk used to be a part of, I think PayPal is really stung. So here's a theory for you. So I think PayPal got really burned when Biden passed that they have to report all transactions over $600 and the potential for that to be taxed. And that adds a shit ton of work for PayPal to deal with. Plus, people stopped using PayPal. They had to create Venmo because of that. And they're losing business to other institutions. And what they're really concerned about right now is with eBay not doing as well as it has been, and PayPal with the current legislation, PayPal could lose a lot of their market share. It'll take a few years. So I think what they're really angling for is they're angling to get somebody, a favorable ear, if you will, in Congress, so that when this comes back up, you know, it's in the, you know, the ball's in their court, so to speak. So, but 15 million is nothing compared to what Musk gave Trump. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Elon is fucked. Please don't get me started on him, Grant. Yes. Look. I never really actually liked Elon Musk that much. I've always considered him a liberal, but he's done more lately than anybody else in every way. So, but yeah, so you know, I don't know, man, guys. Come on, it's a tough sell for me right now. You know, it's just trust. You know, Musk is. I think I like. I mean, I now have come out to where I kind of like Musk. You know, like Musk. I used to really dislike the guy, but I think he's pretty cool now. This is also true DeFi for those who are into this, but by accepting the moderates in the Republican Party, there's least chance. Yeah. So this is actually a really good point. And this is trying to make a lot. Trump was really pretty moderate. The longer he stays, remember, he ran as a Democrat twice for president. And the longer he's in the conservative party, the longer he's in the Republican Party, the more conservative he gets. Partially because he sees how fucked up the Democrats truly are, and I think that's a very real thing. Thank you for that. That is, I believe, accurate. Yeah, he could be a spy. So. Yeah, there's no link in the description. What link in the description? So, yep, it's good stuff, man. Yeah, the mods. You guys, Are We Not Men? Are We Not Men has the link as well. So if I call somebody up or if somebody comes in, you know, we'll get them up here. So, yeah. Hello, seriously, Shelby. How are you this fine evening? And Wicked Wally. Yes, that's true. Trump basically ran in 2016 as a more palatable and mainstream version of Ross Perot. That's true. And not only that, he ran as an actual Republican instead of trying to do some weird shit that, you know, he did it right, my opinion. Also, what's up? What's up, Wicked Wally? Cool people up in here tonight. Cool people indeed. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. This is kind of a bonus stream for everybody because I actually streamed earlier today, and I didn't stream. I went and I did a little quick stream just as a heads up about the being in a recording studio, and then on the other side of that, I ended up going to the studio and doing about an hour, and making a really good deal. Yeah. Hey, for all you guys coming in late, the TTS now works. Check. Let me see if I can trigger this again for you. The TTS is now legit. Legit.
John donated $41. This is a
Legit.
test donation for $41.
Legit kit. So, yeah, you guys can all now do good stuff. Really cool. So, yeah. And it stays up a long time too. I got it set up for like 60 seconds or a minute or something like that. Forget what it is. Long time. So everybody can read your shit. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Boulay, you went to the coin show, so you should be broke, bro. So, yeah, we don't need to test it anymore, man. It works. It works. Yeah. So that shit all works. Waiting for Mr. Lawrence to get in here. We got lots to talk about. Lots to talk about. So I guess I should go ahead and get into some of this Destiny stuff too. How many of you guys, you can show me with L's or W's or whatever in the chat, whatever you choose. How many of you guys have been watching the meltdown of Destiny lately? Does anybody watch that? That is some fucked up shit, man. Like, seriously fucked up. L's is right. Throw the L. Throw the L. Throw the L's. That dude has lost his fucking mind. And what's really interesting is when he has decided, or what he's decided to do, when he made those statements about he was glad about, the attempt and all of that. Hopefully we can get Glenn in here, and we'll get him set up. He and I can have a really good back and forth on this because it's great. It's great stuff. So looks like Andrew's on somewhere, maybe fighting against him. Let's see what we got. Do. Man, you guys just don't know how bad it's gotten though, man. It is really, really bad. Yeah, huge degenerate, lots of stuff. Yeah, Glenn's. Hey, look, Glenn's just got home. He's had a birthday gig. I mean, I'm kind of having a little bit of fun at everybody's expense. So don't get mad or anything, guys. If you haven't heard all of the stuff that's coming out about Destiny, it's bad. I did hear today that. Well, I'm not subbed to a shit either. It's just all over the place, man. Like you just trip over it. I did hear today that his banking that there was something going on with his banking and all of that, and that he was having some difficulties accessing his millions, and so yeah, that dude is like gay. Like there's I'm not gonna go find him. We'll see if Glenn might have him. I'm not gonna go find him. But some of the stuff that has coming out is just fucked up, man. Just totally fucked up. And like stuff that you wouldn't believe, right? Like I don't believe it because it's so unbelievable. Why, it's like, why would anybody do that? Like, this is nuts. So pretty terrible stuff, man. Pretty terrible stuff. So all right. Destiny's Angels. I have actually. That's actually a real thing, and I call them orbiters. But he, he's got some stuff going on, man. He's got some orbiters that basically is, like Jasmine Jafar, Farha, Aaron, I think might be one. It's pretty crazy stuff. And, but what's come out in the last, like, probably, I don't know. Like the last, like, little bit, like probably 3 days, 4 days. It's crazy what's coming out. Crazy. And I know I've said that like a lot, but I can't even believe some of the stuff that's coming out. Yeah. Looks like Jake's on now too. Didn't realize Jakey Poo was on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to be reviewing videos and stuff, which is cool. What? I got it. I can't wait till Glenn. I got so much to go over with Glenn, man. You guys just don't know. So we'll wait till he gets on there. Oh, you had an axle go out, bro? What the hell, Waddell? Man, that's tough. That's tough. Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. 110,000 pounds, man. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, could be. Could be. Destiny did get paid, and he got all those girls paid too. And it's all because he decided to be a political pawn for them, which, hey, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. But he did get paid. That's true. That's awesome. So, unfortunately, this is very true. Literally, the stuff that has come out is crazy. Like the stuff that I could not think of, like at my most perverse, I couldn't come up with that stuff. So I've seen, are you talking about? Yeah, I've seen something like what you're talking about. That's pretty. Man, you guys are on fire. The chat is rolling. Chat is rolling. So how are you guys, just, show of L's, show of W's, or whatever. What are you guys thinking about Trump's chances now? We got a pretty good cross section in here. We've even got probably a couple of closet liberals in the chat tonight. What are we thinking about? How are we thinking about the election right now today? If the election was tomorrow or the first of the week, what would you think? Where are we at? How we doing? We doing good? Solid win? All right. Too close to call? All right. Somebody beeped me. I don't know who the fuck beeped me. Landslide victory if he makes it to the election. Jordan, I do agree. I do agree that there will be at least one more attempt. There kind of just has to be. There just kind of has to be. You kind of can't get around it. We all know that. So what the fuck? Do 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 do. Whatever. Sorry, guys. I got distracted. Yeah, I personally think that first he's got to make it there, but yeah, I think it's pretty solid. The last poll you saw was 47 to 44. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't. Let's see. Yeah, I come up with 46 versus 42 at an Emerson College poll. And that was actually sponsored by the Democrats. That's probably really concerning for them. And apparently, in states where he was losing, he is now gaining and or has moved ahead. So that's funny. It's funny. Come on, Glenn Lawrence. Where you at? There he is. He's on. He's back. Come on in, Glenn. Let's go. Oh, I'm getting talked to. Yeah. All right. It might take him a minute to say, oh, no, there he is. The great Glenn Lawrence with a G.
All right, hold up.
Can't hear you, Glenn.
Yo, mic check 1 2 1 2.
Still can't hear you.
What the fuck? Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Check your mic input.
Yeah, my mic input is good.
Is mute.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
He's in the show, guys, but he's
what the fuck?
Got some problems. That'll be all right. He'll get it. Oh, you guys can hear it, but I can't.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Interesting.
1 2 1 2.
That's interesting. Why can I not?
Grid, can you hear me? Mic check. 1212.
Oh, I know why.
I don't know why you can't hear me.
No, that should be there.
Microphone checker. Mic check. 1212. Testing,
Audio just got all fucked up.
testing the testicles. The testicles are checked.
I didn't change anything.
They're good to go.
I actually didn't change anything.
Oh, my nuts are swole. That's for sure. I don't know. Someone called AARP for grid. Oh, that's an
I also can't hear anything.
You can't hear me talking shit. This is great. Wowzers. Somebody get Grid a new hat. That tag hat gotta go. He needs a Grid 1 cap for Grid 1 Motorsports. Looking like he is one of those boomers. Oh man, this is fun. I can talk shit and he won't even see me. Man, I like this. This is see how much shit I can get away with. All right. Grid, I can pick your nose with my pinky and you won't even see me do it. That's right, Grid. Picky, picky, picky. I wonder how many pasty showgirls Grid ran into so far this week. I'm wondering.
Why can I not hear Glenn?
You should not hear Glenn because Glenn is making a fun of you. I sound like I'm in a stall. The hell? What would you do if I can hug you?
Oh, I can hear Glenn. This is why I can't hear Glenn right here.
Shit, that's not.
Let me fix this.
No more shit talking. All done. All done. What would you do?
Say something, Glenn. There he is. But you sound like you're at the bottom of a well, brother.
I don't know why. I'm not at the bottom of the world. I'm actually there. Hold on. Look at that. Oh, wrong one. Duh. Wrong output. No wonder why I sound like I'm at the bottom of the well.
Hey, Glenn, go over there where it says mute. There's a little arrow by it, I'm assuming, on your panel. Click that arrow, and that's going to give you a menu to make sure all of your defaults are correct. Oh, now he's muted himself. You don't hit the button. Just the little arrow beside the button. That's all right, guys. Hey, all right. So here's the deal, guys. I changed software. Normally, I use Stream Yard. When I hit the well, now I'm getting an echo. Why am I getting an echo? I should not be getting an echo. Oh, it's gone. Good. Whatever I did, fix it.
What the hell is going on?
There you go. Now you're back, Glenn. Next to the mute button down there.
Yeah, Greg. I'm right here, Greg. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you sound like you're at the bottom of a well.
I don't know how I'm sounding.
So when
I'm on the right.
Next to the mute button. Next to that mute button, there's a little arrow. You click that, and it's gonna have your audio input for your microphone and your output for your speakers.
Get rid of the echo cancellation. How about this? Is this better?
Oh, that's way better.
Oh, I had to get rid of echo cancellation. That was all.
Oh, okay. Weird.
All right, great.
Yeah, I
Just
can
give me
hear
a
you.
second, and then my camera will come up.
Yeah, you're a little low on volume on my end, but that could just be me. I could have my volume down. I typically
Here, I'll
leave my
just do
volume
this.
down.
Got rid of the auto adjustment.
I got
That
it.
should be loud and
No, there-
clear.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I'm getting a little echo on my end.
I'll just turn down my speakers.
Is that my
Hold
end,
on.
or is it?
I'll just turn down my speakers.
Am I hearing that through you?
You're probably hearing that through me. How about that?
That's way better.
Way better?
Am I echoing?
I don't hear you.
I know what I did. Hang on, stand by.
Steven,
I
I
was
think
trying to help
it's you.
I was trying to help you, and I ended up fucking me. So
How is that possible? How
that's
do you
okay.
fuck yourself? Never mind.
Apparently, not.
called a
It's not real hard.
masturbation.
Yeah, apparently it's not that hard. Is that in my echo? No. Let's try that. Does that do it? That got it. No more echo. No more echo. There we go. All right. Cool. Good deal. All right, Glenn. How are you tonight, sir?
What if I told you I was just waking up?
No, you didn't tell me that, but I believe it.
Like I got up like a couple hours ago and had to go run to the store. And
Okay.
after pulling that 24, I still haven't got my legs underneath me. Like I just gained my legs underneath me right now.
Glenn, they're saying you're quiet again.
Well, I think they're loud. How about that? How about now? Am I good?
That's way better. Yeah, that's way better.
All right, cool. So what's going on, Grid? How was Davrick?
Davrick was cool, man. You know, it was interesting because I hadn't been in a studio before, and it was, and you know, obviously this was not the studio they used to use. It's all like Super Pro and
What
you know,
studio
all
was
of
it,
that.
by the way?
I forget the name. I'll send it to you.
Where was it
I've
at?
got
Where was it at?
It's new. It was behind a law office. It's built into the back of this law office building that I guess has like two different lawyers in it, or a lawyer and a real estate company, some shit like that.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so this guy's just renting like this back room. I don't know whether it's a bedroom or a storage room or whatever the fuck it was, but he's renting it. It's got AC in it. He's got, I mean, it's not bad. It's a good little studio. He's put in some sound deadening stuff. Audio was good. Cameras. He's using all Sony cameras, which, you know, I used. I used the Panasonics, but you know, the Sonys are. Yes, everybody likes this. Nobody. I mean, you can't complain about either one, right? It's just, you know, Ford versus Chevy. So, you know.
Well, like this, it's the. I'm a big fan of like the Sony A64.
Okay. Yeah. Arthur Daya, that's what we're talking about now, is the interview experience. So I hadn't actually been in a studio, right? Like,
so I built one of those. Actually, I built two of those so far.
Yeah. So the guy who was doing it said that that you interned with him before you went to work for Rollo.
Oh, is it Chase?
Something like that. I thought it was Charlie, but it could have been Chase.
Or George. Oh, Charlie. Yeah.
Yeah. And younger guy.
Yep.
You know, married, kids, all that cool stuff. And but you know, yeah, super, you know, everybody was really cool and worked out well, honestly, for me. And
yeah, like I remember when I went over, being in the industry, I already had the experience, and going to college I already had the experience, but I never had the experience in a podcasting setting. I wanted to know what the podcasting setting is like. And they were like, well, we'll hire you on as an intern, even though you're overqualified. I'm like, sure, no problem. And I went in there as an intern, and then after like 30 days, I left. And then I opened up Red One because I'm like, all right, cool. I learned what I needed to learn. They're not going to hire me on as part of the staff. I'm out.
Well, I think you dodged a bullet because apparently the studio that everybody was using was
sticky paws.
Yeah, sticky paws. That's it. Yeah. It did not go well, so that's all right. It's cool. But it's an interesting deal, from my point of view, because
Shave the beard off. It's still here.
I hadn't met Davrick before, but he was really cool. It was a really easy conversation to have. Your camera froze, just in case you didn't know that.
Shouldn't have.
And but it was a really good experience. We talked really well. We only had really like an hour. I think he had wanted to have 2 hours, but it just wasn't going to happen. It's too busy a studio, and it was too last minute. So it was fine. And
Davrick,
last minute.
Wow, everything's really loud now, and a lot of echo. There's a lot of like machine noise.
How about now?
There's a lot of like fan or background noise, and I can hear my echo. That's perfect.
All right, cool.
All right, awesome. All right, that was crazy. But anyway, so it worked out pretty well. Topics were easy. I mean, it's all the stuff that I normally talk about. We talked a little bit about the attempt on Trump, and actually, I'm glad, man. I was really glad to see you pop up, because I didn't think you were going to be on, and I'm really wanting to kind of chop this up with you, because Davrick wasn't really the guy to chop it up with, and Cat's playing hooky tonight, I guess. I don't know what Cat's doing.
That alley cat,
Cat's
out there doing the alley cat thing,
doing cat stuff. But anyway, and I don't know how into this she would be, but have you been paid a lot of attention to Destiny's nonsense?
Destiny's nonsense?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I did review his appearance on Piers Morgan.
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, a couple of days ago. Yeah.
After that, I haven't seen that there's been more.
Dude, he has. I don't even know how to say this, man. Like, I normally I'd say that he's gone off the fucking rails.
Mm-hmm. But he's been off the rails since the beginning. So what's?
Yeah, right. So that doesn't quite cover it, dude has lost his fucking mind. So the
question is, when has he ever had it, though?
No, he had to have at least a little bit of it, but whatever he had, it's fucking gone. It is fucking gone, dude. Dude has.
Hold on, you're telling me like,
yeah, it's
sucking dick. Sucking dick wasn't enough indicator that he's lost.
Worse, bro. There's worse that's come out. So look, Ghost 1978 says it best.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
Okay, so let's hear this.
He has some girlfriend that he had, I'm assuming, while he was with Melina, who released. So apparently, she had talked about this stuff before, probably in DGG or on Twitter or somewhere, and she got called a liar. And so this time, he made all those really ridiculous claims, and now everybody's kind of been dogpiling Destiny, so she decided to get back in on it. So this ex-girlfriend or whatever she was, she posted the DMs between her and Destiny where he talks about literally liking to suck the cum out of a woman, like a dude.
Wait a minute. Oh, he likes
ejaculated.
He likes to have the snowballs.
Whatever, bro. I don't know the term. I'm not into that kind of stuff, but I'm just telling you.
Oh, he likes to get snowballed. That's so gross.
Whoa, it was so gross. And he's like, and he even tells her he thinks that's why he likes sucking dick, but he really doesn't like anything else about men.
Oh,
because he
Stop.
has a cum fetish, bro. And she put that out on the fucking internet, and it's legit. It is legit. And there's so much more. There's so much more. It's just not going to end. And apparently there was it does worry me, Cam, that Glenn knows the terminology, but he is in California and he is
I know
in
porn
the
stars,
industry.
okay? I know porn
He knows
stars.
porn stars, so yeah.
It's something they've done. Ew.
It's gross, bro. Gross. And so he's fucking off the deep end, bro. He's talking about how well, so then they've been playing lately. So there's this clip that I had forgotten about where Destiny is talking to his stream as he rambles on all day fucking long to his Discord or wherever the fuck. And he's talking about how, I guess when him and Melina went to meet that soccer, I think he's a soccer player. And I can't go too much further with this, but Destiny talks about normally the cuck stuff on vacation at lasts one day. That's what he literally says, that the cuck stuff, they do cuck stuff one day, but she did it like every day they were there because she was fascinated with this guy. And he talks about the guy's dick size and how he just sort of sat in the corner and they just ignored him for 4 days or whatever, right? Like he's watching his wife.
Well, it looks like his
ex.
I just found his ex-wife, I guess 2 days ago, is leaking a bunch of stuff.
Well, I think it's his ex-girlfriends, his wife, everybody's leaking stuff.
Because Destiny was married before this.
I think that might be who leaked the tweets and everybody called her a liar. And it was, he's suspended from X, Twitch. Well, he's banned from Twitch. He's suspended from X until the end of the month. He's suspended from Kick till the end of the month. He apparently had some sort of financial difficulties. Something happened with his banking and he wasn't able to access his funds. That could be the cloud thing that we were talking about earlier. That affected a lot of people, not just him. That happened all throughout Florida, I think. And it's just, this dude is out of control. And so I was watching, and I'll send you the link so you can look at it. I was watching this whole, this guy has broken this all down, as you would.
Is it Hypnotic?
Hypnotic, yeah.
That's who I just found. Yeah, I found his link. He released it a day ago.
Yeah.
Ew. A whole lot of ill.
Stepfire's got the thing.
Ew.
Yeah. Steven, so X, Twitter, they have demonetized him until the end of the month. That may become permanent because he keeps doubling down on this stuff and more stuff is coming out about his behavior. And what's interesting, and all of this stuff is getting put out there because one of the big claims that Destiny's made is that we can, that conservatives can say anything they want and get away with it, but obviously he said he feels like that he can't. But people are going back and saying, no, Destiny, look at where you threw Hassan and Vosh. I'm saying it right? Vosh, whatever his name was. They threw those guys under the bus and got them banned, like actually banned forever from their platforms. And you did that. And you say all of these things all the time. And you've never been punished for it, right? Like if a conservative was to say something on a rambling stream about whatever, if they were to say those things, it would be crazy, right? Like it's nuts. And there was another thing where he, I think someone died or was hurt badly, and oh no, there's video footage of Destiny saying on his stream that it was time to rise up, and what did he say? Genocide conservatives.
Oh, do you have that?
It's on that thing that you're looking at now.
Okay, because then now I have to watch this whole thing, because I guess what we're going to be talking about tonight.
It was crazy. I mean, and so the thing is that, but he said that, he literally said that, and nothing happened to him, and he's just got this feeling of invulnerability, if you will, about that, right? Like he can do nobody can touch him, nobody can, Who
wants to?
Well, that's true. That's true.
I mean, a sniper from a distance, maybe.
Yeah.
But up close and personal, why you want to touch that? You might get a disease.
Yeah. Well,
you might touch them and your hair may turn blue, and all of a sudden you are having a craving for daddy's milk.
It's gross, man. Well, it's not just that. I mean, it's all of the stuff that he says, all the rhetoric, all the political rhetoric that he's obsessed with Jan 6. He is right now, probably as we speak, he is gathering data against Trump. He's literally trying to put this thing together, going after Trump.
Could we see Destiny be the next ass in the process?
I don't think so. I don't think he has those kind of nuts. I think that he
could just get them from someone else. He likes drinking it.
Oh no, he's more of a Now he could do a Manson where he gets girls to do it for him. But no, so I can't see Destiny doing that. What I can see Destiny doing is 100%. I can see him firing off all of these hit pieces to energize his massive viewership, and it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see that. I can't get over this stuff. It's craziness. Dude, that guy.
I can't believe what the hell?
What'd you do?
I'm reading this.
Oh, yeah. Jim Jones, drink the Kool-Aid. He is, and Destiny's obsessed with Jan 6. Like, even after all of the things that have been come out about Jan 6 and how, what the reality of Jan 6 has been, he is still obsessed with it, man. I mean, like obsessed. Like he will literally argue that it was an insurrection. There's a great piece. It's in that thing that that Hypnotic did. I wish I could find the raw clip. That where Greenwald, is it Greenwald? Not Greenspan. Greenwald. I think it's Greenwald. Just plasters Destiny on Jan 6. Just literally beats him up verbally, obviously, about point by point about Jan 6, and and Destiny is yes, Glenn Greenwald. Thank you very much. Points to Stephen Arkra, whatever. Points to you, sir. That dude just destroys Destiny, and he still won't let it go, bro. He still won't let it go. Raw Destiny, bad choice of words.
This is just.
I know, right? I know.
He's a certain type of nasty, man. Like there's there's nasty, and then there's nasty.
There's this guy. Yeah, there's this guy, right? Yeah, it's terrible.
Like he takes this shit to a whole nother level.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
There's a different level of fuckery here.
Like we've entered a new realm,
Bro, I think I'm gonna need to go to church after reading some of this
I
shit.
think you should.
Like, dear Lord, cleanse my soul. What the hell is going on up in here?
I had the same thing this morning. That's why I've been waiting.
Oh, so you wanted me to enter the filth with you? I see what you're doing here.
I was like,
my soul was cleansed and sanctified. You brought me up in here to get dirty.
I was like, I gotta have help with this one. This is not enough, man.
This is a whole nother level of grossness.
Yeah, and it's
like,
all of the things that and the reason that it's important. I know that people are out there like, why does this even matter? This guy's a fucking degenerate. This degenerate literally has 1 million followers. Like
the level,
the level of way.
The thing is, you have to ask yourself this: how many people? Does this mean like there's 1 million people that have no problem sucking dick?
Mr. Bull,
wait a minute, why is the TTS not working? Isn't that a TTS
this
message?
Chat is sponsored by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company. Try our new
I'm not hearing no
Grid One
TTS.
Motorsports. With
You can't hear the
aromas from
TTS?
freshly cut
No, sir.
osier, split
Everybody else
plywood,
can.
welded sheet metal.
Did everybody else
and
hear that
C4.
TTS?
It's been working all night.
I didn't hear no TTS. That sucks. I want to hear it.
Everybody heard it except you.
I didn't.
I don't know why.
Did you hear it?
Yeah,
I didn't hear it.
I actually had it in stereo, so it was backfeeding through somewhere.
That sucks.
Oh, I know why. I know why it was backfeeding. I can fix that.
Oh, well, fuck you, Bjorn. Yeah, a big fuck you, sir. A rude.
Yeah. When I rebooted it, it put everything back the way it was before I changed it. So that's why. Anyway, yeah. Here, let me see if I can. Let me test this and see if you can hear it. Maybe it's a setting on your side. Can you hear it?
John donated $56. This is a test donation for $56.
Everybody else can hear it.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
No worries. I'm gonna try it. Like,
It
you're
works
using
perfect.
the Streamlabs audio.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not. It's built into this.
In the Streamlabs.
Into Talk Studio.
Talk Studio. But it's from Streamlabs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't get it from Streamlabs. It's built into the Talk Studio. So you don't need to run Streamlabs with it. You do if you want to have the TTS.
What I'm doing with like, I could change scenes and stuff like.
Yeah. You can still do that. Like I can here. I'll hang on. So we'll get out. We'll leave Destiny alone for a minute. Where you at? So
I'm right here.
I can throw my.
But you don't have your. Where's your Twitter and all that stuff up? You're not gonna have your Twitter and stuff up. You're just gonna have that slide.
I gotta fix it. It doesn't all fit on there, and when you click, it doesn't click through. So I got to figure that part out. But I will have it at some point. I just gotta read more, man. Gotta give me some slack, man. I'm muted now.
Who's muted? What happens when you get two boomers electronics? This. All right. Now I'm back, right? I'm back.
You're back.
Me? You can see me. Cool.
Oh, they were talking about how I was muted. Oh yeah, I don't have sound when I do the intro screen. Only you can hear me.
Do you want to know what the left is doing now? They're going after Vance.
Yeah, I saw that. We were talking about that earlier about how his Venmo is so bad. I'm like, that's just normal. That's
I wasn't talking about that. They're actually going after his repeal on no fault.
They're going after him wanting to get rid of no fault divorce.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's fucking. I mean, that's dirty pool, bro. We need to get rid of that, bro. That's one of the things I like about it.
Let me show you. Let me show you.
Show me, bro. Show me.
I'm sharing the screen.
Give me a second. I gotta scroll. I clicked it. Why is it not? Why for? Is it not? Oh, that's not it. Now we got a boomer problem, right?
All right, you should see it now. Do you see it now?
I see it. It's just not letting me pull it up.
Hear me stop sharing all these different screens.
There we go. Got it right here. Yeah, I figured
Ready?
it out. Yep.
One of the great tricks that I think the sexual revolution pulled on the American populace, which is this idea that, like, well, okay, these marriages were fundamentally, they were maybe even violent, but certainly they were unhappy. And so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term.
This is J.D. Vance, Trump's VP pick, suggesting that people should stay in marriages despite abuse. It's an idea that aligns with the right's intensifying calls to end no-fault divorce laws. No-fault divorce laws allow people to leave a marriage without having to prove one party's at fault in a lengthy court battle. Its existence has helped decrease domestic abuse and suicide for women. And what's scary is that Vance is not the only one parroting this idea.
In today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period.
One spouse can break the marriage contract without citing any reason except irreconcilable differences.
Is that Matt
Even
Walsh?
if the other spouse doesn't consent.
Courts are heavily biased in favor of women. This is ruining relationships.
No-fault divorce was first legalized in California in 1969, ironically by then Governor Ronald Reagan. By 2010, every U.S. state had no-fault divorce laws on the books. A 2004 paper by economists Betsy Stevenson and Justin Wolfers found that states that passed unilateral divorce laws saw total female suicide decline by around 20% in the long run. The paper also found that intimate partner violence decreased by roughly 30% and found a 10% drop in women murdered by their partners.
Hey guys, so there has never been a more important moment to make a donation. Here's the deal. JD.
Bruh.
They're coming at him like full steam now.
Yeah, they are. That's crazy, man.
They're saying that repealing no fault, okay, is a woman's rights issue.
I think they had that front loaded.
Oh, they did. They also have let me see. This one. Let me show you. I will be talking about it tonight. We'll be talking. I guess we're talking about dick sucking destiny.
Oh fuck.
And no, not that one. Hold on. Where? Shut up. Hold on. I mean, shut up. I'll be talking about you later. You see the chick on the screen?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
1969. It's what allowed millions of people to file for divorce without having to prove there was marriage misconduct, like adultery or abuse. You know, when you see celebrities filing for divorce because of irreconcilable differences, that's no-fault divorce. But now some conservatives are trying to take this right away, claiming that no-fault divorce destroys the sanctity of marriage and that the system is rigged against men, especially if children are involved. A lot of this conversation has been driven by so-called men's rights activists online, but some right-wing politicians are beginning to take it up too. Last year, the Republican Party of Texas even petitioned to rescind unilateral no-fault divorce laws and support covenant marriage. While no-fault divorce laws are still intact, the rising backlash against them is worrisome, especially for women. Prior to no-fault divorce laws, the process of dissolving a marriage was often adversarial and even traumatic. In the early days of divorce proceedings in the 1800s, America's laws closely mirrored those of England. Husbands could file for divorce solely due to adultery, but women had to prove more had happened than that. Proof of abuse, rape, or desertion was often not enough to be granted a divorce. In some places, there were even laws in place that determined the number of times a man could assault his wife before she was allowed to divorce him. And that's if divorce was even allowed in the first place, because in some places, it wasn't. It wasn't until 2010, just 13 years ago, that all 50 states adopted no-fault divorce laws. And these laws do have benefits. States that enacted these divorce laws saw female suicide rates decline by approximately 20%. From 1976 to 1985, states with no-fault divorce laws also saw domestic violence rates drop by 25 to 50%. Murder rates of women by intimate partners fell by 10%. Like many recent anti-abortion bills we've seen, attacking no-fault divorce is another way to restrict women's personal freedom and rewind the hard-won gains gender equality advocates have made over the past few decades.
My freedoms, though, bruh. My freedoms.
You know what's funny about this? Yeah, it may have lowered female whatever attempted suicide, because you know women do attempt suicide all the time. They just suck at it because they really don't want to kill themselves. It's a cry for attention. So now men actually, you know, have a suicide 3.5 times greater than women do post divorce, meaning men actually follow through with it than they actually do it, you know, at a higher rate than women do. Oh, and the abuse statistics. Yeah, no-fault divorce may have lowered women's alleged DV issues, but since no-fault divorce, these bitches be smacking motherfuckers left and right and letting them get away with it.
Yeah. So I think that it's a bold strategy for them to come after Vance like this. I don't think it's going to work out for him. Arthur Dial, why do we care though? Why do we honestly care though? If people want to marry divorce, I feel like it's their business. I can't force them into my morality structure for their relationships any more than I can. The problem is
why do we care?
Hold on.
I'm gonna get her.
We're not talking about fucking morality here. We're talking about a contract marriage that's enforced not by morality in the church, but by the state. I agree with you if we're talking about a marriage in the church, by the church, of the church, with zero to do with the .gov. But when we're talking about the .gov, where instead of just me and my wife going down to the church and talking with the church leadership and saying, hey, we have irreconcilable differences, and then receiving counseling and whatever else, and then if things just will not work out, they won't work out, fine. That's one thing. But when we're talking about a marriage as a contract between two people that either person can break with no penalty and actually be rewarded for breaking it, and the person more likely to break that contract is the one that is generically, usually, not contributing to the welfare, to the well-being of the household, and often is more of a drain than an add. If we're going to allow that, then then everything's lost. It just is. And there's no morality to that. I don't care about, and honestly, the only reason I care about no-fault divorce is that the only reason I care about it is, well, first of all, I wonder why secularists want to get married at all. Second, and Glenn will have something to say on this, I'm sure. The second thing that the second reason I care about it is it encourages women who would normally go through the process with counseling with the priest or pastor or whatever you have, and get that help to potentially save the marriage, or just not pursue divorce at all in the first place. And it just makes it, when it's as easy as going down and writing your signature on a bunch of papers and sending it to somebody, and poof, you're divorced. That's a bad thing. I always wondered a few years ago when I saw $99 divorce, no contest divorce, how really that worked. But when it becomes as simple as filing paperwork to ruin two lives, or to potentially ruin two lives, I don't think that that's a good thing. Also, I don't believe the federal government has any place in marriage. I believe that is a states' right issue, and it currently is. I don't know how J.D. Vance is going to push this through. I will be very interested to see how he does it. Anyway, I'm sure Glenn will have some comments here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this one. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. Here, I don't know if I have it. Give me one second. I'll get it here. Let's see if I've got this here for you. Keep going. Glenn, come on back in, buddy. Come on in and say your piece. I know you want to.
Give me 2 seconds. I am preparing myself
He's preparing
myself to punish.
Decimate all.
To punish this young lady.
That was nice of you. Yeah, so I'm just saying, I don't get it. I mean, you can be mad at me about it. That's fine. That is fine. And this also goes into that thing that Arthur Dye is always talking about, how women have to have an insurance policy against men leaving them, when overwhelmingly it's the women leaving the men, and we all know that to be true. So I can't see the chat right now, guys. I apologize. You will just have to you're gonna have to deal with it for a second. Just one second.
Now, can you bring the link? Can we give Arthur Daya the link, please?
Mods, give Arthur Daya the link. It's a different link, Arthur Daya. Don't be scared.
She needs to be present for this. A whooping that is about to commence.
All right. So let me see if I can. I got one too.
If you marry somebody and neither one of you have anything and you build $300 million together, you deserve half. But Johnny was. If you marry somebody and neither one of you have anything and you build $300 million together, you deserve half. But Johnny was $300 million in when they met, and I'm quite sure she knew. And Johnny, hey, I'm Johnny. She was like, I know who you are, motherfucker. And they got married, broke up, shit didn't work out, and then he had to give $150 million of his money.
It won't. It's not playing.
If you marry somebody and neither one of you have anything and you build $300 million together, you deserve half. But Johnny was $300 million in when they met, and I'm quite sure she knew. And Johnny, hey, I'm Johnny. She was like, I know who you are, motherfucker. And they got married, broke up, shit didn't work out, and then he had to give $150 million of his money. And don't get me wrong, ladies, I know a lot of housewives sitting out there going, well, you can't put a price on what I do. But ladies, if you marry a man with $300 million, you ain't no regular housewife. You ain't got to clean the house no more. You get a maid. You ain't cleaning shit. You marry a man with $300 million, you ain't cooking no more. You eating out. You man with $300 million. You know how a lot of housewives got to get jobs on the side to help make ends meet? He got $300 million. The ends are meeting like a motherfucker. What you gonna do? Get a job at a boutique on the weekends and shit? Say, here, Johnny, I made $70. Put that with the rest. Now we have $300 million and $70 because I want to do my share. No.
And there we go. That's what's up. That's how that happens, folks. So. Well, I don't actually. However, I don't qualify as a net drain, but a lot of the women who seek divorces are a net drain. Just are. It's just the way it is.
Is Arthur coming?
I don't know. Sometimes it takes a while for people to come up. It wasn't a meme of Hollywood. It was Eddie Murphy doing a comedy bit because who was it? Who divorced? Is Johnny? Was it Johnny Carson or Johnny? I forget which Johnny it was, but it should happen. I mean, this was real. This wasn't a meme. This was actual shit. And sure, most divorces aren't. But again, if a woman marries you and you have, $100,000 in the bank, and 3 years later you have $100,000 still in the bank, you've been good with your money, you do things right, she's going to get half. It's just the way it is. Just the way it is. Because it's very hard to prove that even if you came into it, that it isn't after marriage gains. Oh,
Arthur, I'm waiting for you.
I'm actually in a hotel room as well.
I'm waiting for you, Arthur.
That's funny. That's a good skull. I like that.
Come on. Let's play a game, shall we?
I'm never mad either, guys. You guys don't understand. I'm just really pretty easy.
Oh, I'm not mad.
Seriously, Shelby, I've seen the name before. I don't know who that is, but I've seen the name before.
I'm not mad, Arthur. This is an educational moment. Come on, let's play.
That's okay. We can debate Monday or Tuesday or whenever. I am in a hotel room. I'm not kidding. I won't be back on stream again. If I might be on tomorrow night, depending on what time my plane lands and all that shit, and I can get my studio set back up because obviously it's not right now. I won't be back on. If I'm not on tomorrow night, I won't be back on until Wednesday. So, it's interesting. It's interesting, Anson, because I think she doesn't want to be a feminist. She just keeps falling back into it. I'm sorry?
Did she say she's coming?
She's in a hotel room with an iPhone.
That's fine. Oh, don't worry. Hotel iPhone, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Don't care. You can still get
Anson
it.
Knowles is glad that you are here to rep the feminist point of view. I think that she doesn't really want to. I think she tries so hard to be based, but she just
can't help it. The feminism poison that she has
in the water. It's in the air you breathe.
She has been been destroyed. It's
all the homies in here tonight. We got a bunch of people on. So they're coming after the manosphere, guys. You heard it here.
They're not just coming after the manosphere. They're coming after men.
Yeah, that's true. But that article specifically said manosphere, so I feel personally threatened a little bit.
I mean,
I'm manosphere adjacent. I'm not truly manosphere. I'm manosphere adjacent.
You said you feeling? Get out of your feelings, bro.
I'm up in my feels, dog.
Get out of your feels, homie.
Yeah.
I guess I'll save the skull with the flames until she comes back. She's not even here yet.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
The reason why it shouldn't matter, why it does affect you, why he should care about it. Well, for one, the reason why it affects men is that now we know that this effort is this is what they're pushing, that they absolutely give zero fucks about how divorce affects men. They highlighted all these reasons, but the same reasons that they highlight and how that they say no fault affects women, divorce actually affects men in the same way, but worse.
It's true.
So they played their hand. Feminism or feminists give zero fucks about men.
That's true.
So men, even if you are a male feminist, them bitches don't give a shit about you. They use you. You are a worthless pawn. You are useful until you're no longer useful. And for Arthur Dyer to say, well, why does it matter about it? Because what happens to other people can and will happen to you if it's allowed. So since Susie gets to divorce Johnny and clean him out for no apparent reason, what makes you think that your Stacy will not do the same thing to you if she has the opportunity to?
I mean,
so then, fellas, this is what you do. You ask.
I haven't been through it, but I know a lot of men.
Oh, I've been through it.
I know a lot of men who, even if, I mean, basically they feel zeroed out after a divorce. I mean, like behind the eight ball. I've personally witnessed women use their kids against their exes in all sorts of evil fucking ways, like evil ways. I understand that there are some divorces out there that are amicable, that or that, you know, that meet the low criteria of no fault, right? Where we just we just don't want to be together anymore, and we're just going to part fucking ways. Sure, go plead no contest, make it happen.
And
but if there's a reason to get, I'm fine with that. If you're getting divorced because you just don't want to be married and the other person does, you know, then you can't plead no contest. And now you got to figure out why one person doesn't want to be in a relationship anymore. Maybe some counseling, maybe go to your church, talk, you know, maybe, I don't know. I'm not your priest. So I can't tell you that. What I can tell you is that overwhelmingly in these cases with men, they get zeroed out. And, you know, they lose businesses. They lose their employment because a judge gives zero fucks. He says, did you have this when you got married? Okay, what was it worth? X amount. Okay, cool. You built this business from a $25,000 goat shed business into a multi-million-dollar corporation over 10 years. Your wife gets half of that shit. Half. And your business gets liquidated. If you're lucky.
It will get liquidated, but you ain't going to get any of that liquidation.
That's true. Yeah, you just get you get cashed out, but you know.
And it goes to pay her lawyer, your lawyer, and pays her.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the way it works, guys. I just, you know, I've watched it over and over again. I've never seen one of these marriages end that people talk about being so amicable and we're buddies again and we're friends. We hang out on the weekends together with our new people. And there was no arguments about the money. There was no arguments about the house. Almost in almost every case that I'm aware of, one person wants to keep the house, the other person wants to sell it. And now there's a whole lot of drama around that. I've literally never seen that happen. And Anson's going through it right now. He is the perfect person to have an opinion on this, and his opinion's pretty clear.
I mean, I've already been through it. I know.
Yeah.
It's no bueno.
Yeah, there's no upside to this. But now again, if there's a reason to get divorced, right? Where it's you got a dead bedroom and you've tried everything you can try. Okay, good. That's a reason to get a divorce. That's not no fault. There is fault.
Yeah.
Right? If someone cheats on somebody else, that's fault. If you're getting beat, that's fault. If you're beating up your husband, which happens
more than the other way around.
Which, statistically, that seems to be the case, is that there's more women beating men than men beating women. So, Anson, I actually agree that dead bedroom is not a cause for divorce, but I can see it argued as cause.
I could argue that. I could argue that right now.
Yeah.
Anson, if you want to come up, we could have this conversation, my friend.
I can see it argued I can see it argued both directions. But again, there's no reason to have no fault divorce. I've never heard a good justification for no fault divorce. If somebody has a good sound argument for no fault divorce, I'm all ears, but I'm probably gonna be able to refute every single point that you bring up. Especially if you bring up, well, we just don't want it because of morality. Because morality, I've not said a word about morality. Right. So, and again, look, I get all the arguments, that it makes it easy for women to get divorced. They don't want to stay in a marriage, blah, blah, blah. Well, men do it too, right? I mean, men, you know what? You're just old and fat. I don't like you anymore. Just get the fuck out. Especially after they've done all the cool men things, like put everything they own in a corporation that they don't own, that they're an employee of. And they get paid $100,000 a year to own $1 million company, and they have no assets of their own. Everything's rented or owned by the company. So when you go after them in divorce court, you get jack.
That's the best way to do it, fellas.
I've seen that. I've seen that done too. So,
best way to do it, cover your assets.
Oh,
how about if I did it this way? Arthadiah, come here. Come to me, woman. Come, let's play a game. No? Still nothing? Come on. All right.
Yeah, she's just not coming. She's not. Maybe next time. Yeah.
What a party pooper.
It's all right, man. It's all right. Yep. Yeah.
Oh man, I guess I'm gonna have to
fire.
You just want to use the skull. Hey, you know what? I am the Punisher. See, some people wear hats and clothing and those skulls, but they're not. It's on my chest. It's tattooed on my chest. I am him, the punish her. See that? Not. I was waiting for that. Grid liked that one. He's dying over there.
That's so awesome. That's very funny. That's very funny. So, Glenn, how was your birthday? I had to dip out when Pearl was. I was so sad that I had to dip out when Pearl was on because I really wanted to talk to her.
I really wanted you guys to like link up, and
yeah,
have
next
some
time,
small,
man. Next time.
Some small talk, and
the problem is you had that clown in there just spurging out, man. I don't know what was going on. Did he come back?
I've had, he came back, and then we couldn't bring him back on. We had some good like conversations.
It started out good. I was there. I heard him talking, and he was like making good points and talking and really good. And then he went away, and I thought, oh, that was good, man. That was great. And then I don't know what the fuck happened, dude. He came back, and it was just like he just had to talk over and over and over. Like he stepped on literally everybody. Yeah. And I thought it was fucking funny. I
think he was probably like intoxicated. But hey, I'm gonna have to hop off.
All right, that's cool.
I gotta get ready for my stream, and then gotta give the wife a call here. So she's
man. Yeah, go do that.
Yeah,
right. I think this is true. Yeah, he smoked too much.
Yeah,
I'll tell
you later, Grid.
All right, man. See you.
Peace.
You can go now. There he goes. All right, cool. Now that dude was off the rails, man. He just got to where he was just talking over everybody. I just couldn't. I just left one time. I was like, "Yep, I'm out. I got to go." There's too many people running their mouths, and so yeah. Wow, I've already been on 2 hours. It's crazy. Yeah. He muted hours of this. That's awesome. That is awesome. It's been kind of an interesting week being here in Vegas and streaming from Vegas and all that. Yeah, I saw that, Robert. I did. So on the new software that I'm doing, Clover, I can have 5 members of my team that have the same basic powers I have to add people, kick people off while I'm gone, so that if I'm doing a longer stream, then I can hop off for like half an hour, 45 minutes, and then you have total control. So it works out pretty good. And the new software is pretty good. I've almost got it all, figured out. I need to get some more things ironed out, but that's it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Let's see. I miss my studio too. I'll be back there tomorrow. My luggage is in. Oh, your laptop. Ooh. Thanks to the CloudStrike hack. Yeah. Yeah. That's terrible. That's always funny, Arthur Dye, when your luggage goes out missing. It's really interesting, guys. I also had some. It's just been a lot of drama over the past few days. One of the things which I really wasn't expecting it to be drama, but has become drama, is the deuce. Is I try and work with basically any creator or people that just want to, jump up on the show or whatever. I try and do whatever that I can to help other people out, and help me out to some degree. Well, normally when somebody comes up, they ask if they can restream my stream. And generically, I don't have a problem with it. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever really denied anybody the ability to restream. The only thing that I've asked, and I don't often ask it, I just consider it to be implied, is that if you're going to restream it, it needs to be credited to me that you were live on my channel or whatever, right? Like that just seems common damn sense, right, guys? I mean, that's just the way that works. So I was recently made available. So I'm recently talking to a much higher level content creator that I'm trying to work with, that I'm trying to get him to come on my show, and I want to go on his show. And he said, the last time I was on your show, I was drama farmed and clipped, and it was put out to specifically antagonize a couple of other creators. And I was blown away because I didn't realize it at the time, but that's exactly what happened. When I went and looked back at the clips, at the channel, and at what happened, that's exactly what happened. It wasn't my fault. It's not that it was my fault. It was just that, it was the way it was done, and it was done on my channel. So this creator said that, hey, I'm not coming back right now. And I'm trying to talk them into just look, it's not on me. I will be very careful that those people do not come on. Yeah, Stepfire, I actually really enjoyed our conversation too. We need to get you on. You and I agree on a lot, but we have some disagreements, and I like to hash those out. So at the end of the day, I may have lost a really solid contact or a really solid person that could come on to to my stream, and help me out. And then what I actually realized is the person that did that only comes on my stream when there's a big name, or like Andrew or somebody on my stream. They pop up, they restream without asking or telling me or PMing me, hey man, do you mind if I restream? Nothing like that. And then they the way they present it on their own channel, I went and looked, is that it's their content, and I'm co-starring with them, that this is happening on their channel, not mine. And I find that to be really disingenuous, and I haven't decided how to deal with it yet, because on the one hand, I want to literally burn them to the fucking ground because I find it distasteful and disingenuous and dishonest. And on the other side, I'm just kind of want to let it go and continue with my philosophy of just ignoring people that misbehave in the community, and just don't deal with them at all. And I'm really pretty set on that take in most cases. I'm just not sure it applies here. If I have somebody up, while they're up, especially if they come up repeatedly, there has to be a kind of a common, there has to be common courtesy, right? This is something that's important. And right now I'm really, I don't really know how I want to handle it. It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting little issue to have. And, at the same time, I'm pretty pissed, to be honest, because it's not cool. Yeah, I agree with this. And I don't know. I'm trying to read what Clover be tough, run the show the way it needs to be. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, co-hosts have to do that. You ain't got it with one. I'm not really sure. Not really sure what this means. Help me out, Joseph. Who I can't publicly say. I'll DM you. I won't publicly say. Yeah, they restream. So what happens is, and I looked back, and it happens literally every single time. I'll have somebody like Andrew or whoever on, and especially when Andrew's on, and they will want to come on. That's fine. I have lots of people on with Andrew all the time. No big deal. And Andrew's not the guy who complained, by the way. This person will come on. I have not had a problem with them coming on. They will instantly restream to their channel live. Then, after the stream is over, they will they will title it in such a manner that you would think that they're the host and I am the co-host. Not that they're not saying, "Hey, I'm on Grid One's channel with Andrew," or what, however you want to say that. I'm probably getting a Discord because I'm sure by now the person's ears are burning. Which part? And and so at the end of it, sorry, wrong. Yeah, good. So the Clout Chaser comes on anytime I have an important guest on. They will come on. A couple of times they've drama farmed or attempted to drama farm content for their own show, and then they title it in such a way that it looks like I'm the co-host or I'm the person, or I'm just there as a guest, and it's actually their channel, the way they title it. And I hadn't really paid any attention to it. It was only when I asked somebody to come on. I asked this person to come back on the channel, and I'm not going to, old Joe. I'm not. I don't feel it's appropriate to. I will talk about the situation because I think it's pertinent, and there are people out there that are. And no, it's not CloverTech. CloverTech's actually one of the most respectful guys on the internet. But the and just to make this clear, the other night I sent someone a link and I said, "Hey, if you want to come on, I'm going to be on for a little while, and it's just going to be a chill stream. Just come on if you want to." And they said, "The last time I came on, X happened, and I didn't appreciate it. And I know that it's not you. I know you didn't do it, but I'm not going to do it." So, while they did not come right out and say, "I won't come back on your channel," I'm led to believe that I will never see them back on this channel until I figure out and solve this problem, which I don't know that I can. So it's an interesting thing, and it hurts all of us, right? It hurts every creator. Okay, this is a perfect question. Would I be okay with someone restreaming it to their channel if my channel is credited and they mentioned your channel? Right, I could see it as the other creator wanting the content too. Right, they want the content too. Sure, that's perfect. This is how it should happen. I had Sarah, the Raging Tomato, on the other night. She did an excellent job. She was great. She was very funny. We had really great discussion, and the panel was good. I mean, it wasn't really a panel, but the 3 or 4 of us that were up there at any given time had a great conversation, a little bit of debate, not too much. It was a great show. She restreamed it. When she came in, she said, "Can I restream?" Absolutely, you can. She didn't drama farm anybody. She didn't try and say shit in a weird way to get clicks. It was very professional. I guess that's my problem. I approach most things in my life in such a way as to be professional, at least have the appearance of being professional. I dislike people who act in in what I consider an unprofessional manner. Sarah, the other day, was absolutely professional. I will have her on anytime, and she's welcome to be here. Now, I understand that there are other people who will not come on when Sarah's on. That's totally cool. I won't ask those people to come on if Sarah's going to be on. And vice versa. Sarah may have people that she just doesn't want to be on screen with, and I would respect that. Respect seems easy. I have no idea, Arthur. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. So that's that's just how it is. And so and again, I'm not going to out anybody. I'm not trying to out anybody. This is just something that I've just been kind of dealing with over the last couple of days. I'm welcomed. I will be not glad, but I will discuss this with the mods only because they're mods, and hopefully they can keep their mouths shut about it. And they may need to know, what's going on with who's coming in and going out, and why I don't do something, and also not to endorse that person in the chat. So, because I would look like I'd look like an asshole if the mod's like, have this person up, and I'm like, no. So, so that's a thing. Yeah, absolutely, Anson. This is a woman drama. Oddly, honestly, it was a woman, but anyway. You ask because I'm new to YouTube. I have a channel I neglect for shorts, but being who I am, if I ever did something like restreaming content, the other creator would be mentioned out of respect. Right. When I go to somebody else's channel, first of all, I generically do not restream when I go to someone else's channel. I just generically, I don't. When I do, I title it as live with so-and-so on their channel, if their channel has a name different than their name on their channel. Right. That seems like the pro way to do it, right? Like there's pro and there's not pro, and there's a lot of people not being pro. So, and I do live. I do mostly live. So, and this is how this is an interesting thing. So when you do that on here, this is actually spilling over into actually being able to go do shows live with other people. Not for me, for this other person. For me, I feel like today I did a show with somebody who had never met me, never talked to me, never seen my content, but took the word of somebody that I associate with that I would be a good guest and or a good person to do content with. And so it was it's just what it is, right? So it is kind of like the picking the pocket of a creator, especially if they have guests that you can't get. This is the other problem that I have, is that if I could have somebody on and somebody else knows they can't, and they come on my show and drama farm that person, it is kind of on me, because I let that person on my show. So I have to bear some of the responsibility for that. Would make your rules. Yeah. And the consequences part of it, I mean, come on, man, this is content creation. I mean, fuck consequences. But I do feel like I probably do need to make my rules more clear, because like Glenn, when I go to Glenn's stream, I never restream it. If Glenn comes here, I don't know if he restreams or not, but it's perfectly okay if he does, because I trust him. It's just where it is, right? Right. Credit where credit's due. Yeah, that should be normal, you would think, but unfortunately, you are wrong, sir. It is unfortunately wrong. I wish you were right, though. I really do. Let's see. Yeah, Sarah is a progressive. Yeah, I mean, I think some of her opinions are strange, and that's fine. But she's professional when she's on the show. That's all I really care about. We could have, we could literally have. Honestly, I don't give a shit. We could have anybody on the show as long as they acted professional. That's why I won't have Based Oracle on the show. Based Oracle's proven that he cannot be professional. He cannot do anything but be a bad actor. And so why have him on the show? Okay, sure. We could drama farm. We could get a little content out of it. We could, maybe even get a clip that goes viral where he tells me to go fuck myself or some, bullshit like that. But I don't care about that shit at all. Right? I just need people to be professional. That's all I need. I just need people to come in, sit down, or whatever, however they do their show. We have a good conversation. We have a good rapport, or a bad one, either way. And then just be professional. How hard is it? So, yeah. I missed something here. Yeah, Glenn will raid me and then jump on the stream. I do the same thing to him. I'll raid him, and if I have some time, I'll jump on his stream. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to tell my son to go to bed because we have to get up and go to the airport in the morning. Can't stand Sarah. Okay. But she behaved herself while she was here, right? So, it's fine. You guys are just really killing it tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Go to bed. I know. Right. That's exactly right. I can have absolutely opposing ideas with somebody as long as we can have a back and forth. Even if we get a little heated, everything's great afterwards. But when you act in bad faith and all you do is yell and scream, I don't want to talk to you, and I don't think anybody else does either. So there's that part of it. Yeah. Do they even have nickel slots here in Vegas anymore? I haven't seen any. I actually don't gamble, but please do send us super chats so that it makes this all kind of worthwhile. Sarah's great at playing the feminine, strong boss lady, but often demands the feminine treatment when she trips up and makes a mistake, a sign of someone who she who should be scrutinized and monitored. Yeah, I don't care enough. I mean, she is who she is. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. I've never actually gambled. Never have. Probably should, but I don't. So anyway, yeah. So I thought I would kind of throw that out there. I'm interested in all of the opinions. I agree with a lot of you. Some of you guys are, seeing a different side of things than I do, and that's fine. Only seen her twice. Can't make an opinion one way or the other. She's like, yeah, look, Sarah's never shown me anything but a, relatively professional demeanor, and that's all I care about. I honestly don't care about her positions. Yeah, amazing grilled cheese on the government cheese. I don't gamble either. Waste of time, money. Yep. I can't actually disagree with that. Raging Patriot sends in $5 whole for the nickel sleuts for the win. Thank you very much, sir. That's awesome. I appreciate that. It won't trigger the TTS, but I still appreciate it just the same. Just the same. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. If you have a topic, bring it up, man. I'll be glad to talk about it. Raging Patriot is a win. Stay away from gambling. Yeah, absolutely. I've never done any of it, but, other people have. Big time problems back in the day. Clover. Wow. Yeah, stay away from that, man. Don't tempt yourself, bro. Let's see. Angel Berber. It's really difficult without my mouse to do this. Are you talking to your son at your age? You talking to your son at your age encourages me to have some more children, even as old man with adult kids. I like being an older dad, man. It's actually really cool. Really cool. Never gambled. Caesar's Palace. Yeah, that's cool. I don't want to talk about your pronouns, bro. I really don't. Let's see. Maybe the Amber Rose. I want the 24 million votes. You on Team Rochelle with this one? Amber Rose, I said everything I thought I said everything I had to say about it last night. I just don't care about it, really. "45 minutes from..." Whoa. Yeah, it's a bad vice. Gambling's a bad vice, guys. It really is. All right, this is going too fast now. Online sports betting is interesting. Battlefield Vegas, you can show the picture. Okay. I will check my DMs. In general, Oh yeah, yeah, I've seen that. They have a thing out here. Let's see if I can share this easily. I'm not. Let's see. Not really good at sharing through the new software yet, but I will. Yeah, they have a thing out here called Gunship Vegas or something like that. I really want to do that. All right, I got missed something here. All right, effing Epic sends $5. Great last few streams. Just wanted to say I dug into the Rally Ready Evo. Such a cool story on race day. Yeah. That was Dave Carapation. He's a good dude. We had a falling out, which often happens, and it's things happen between even the best of friends, and we weren't necessarily even the best of friends, so it didn't take a whole lot for us to kind of not be friends for a while. But if I saw Dave around, I'd help him out. Sure, absolutely. Angel Berber, $2. Just paying some union dues, Grid. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Absolutely, you are. I really feel like that I feel like the channel is kind of it's kind of evened out a little bit, which is good in some respects. It gives me time to experiment with things like the software, topics, the way I present myself, that sort of thing. But also, I'm still doing stuff. I just today did the Facebook page for the channel, and that's up. Let me see if I can. Don't know how I can. Let me see if I can share this. That doesn't matter. Anyway, the Facebook page is up. It's a Grid One Motorsports, all one letter. You guys are welcome to go check it out. Join, become a member, or whatever. I'll try and post things there as well as I do here, but just trying to round everything out, round everything over, because I honestly can't stay online a bunch. So. There's a sunk cost fallacy in a bunch of things. Gambling's just one of them. I know people that have sunk dollars after dollars after dollars into learning a skill or taking courses that they have no way of mastering, and it's terrible. It's just terrible. How-to videos, if that's what you fancy, yeah. Yeah, I'm not very good at those, but pardon me. Let's see. This is true. The house does, in fact, always win. Always. Every single moment. Every single time. Yes, Arthur Daya. Yes. I haven't, and to be honest with you, I'm not really a huge fan of Patrick David. I don't dislike him. It's just not. It's very hard for me to watch his videos. I don't know why. It just is. I think maybe it's just the way he speaks. I don't know. Yeah. Well, there was a one of the things that I kind of want to get back to doing is kind of a story time kind of session to the streams I already do. The thing is that a lot of times the streams get out of control, and when the stream, they last so long that we can't really that I can't really go into a 30 or 40-minute story after 5 hours of discussion. So yeah, it's an interesting thing with patriotism these days. It used to be that this the idea of patriotism for a lot of people was odd, right? Like, and a lot of people shamed people for their patriotism, right? We all know that. We've all seen it. We've all seen that. Where somebody gets up and they say the Pledge of Allegiance and everybody's looking at them funny, right? Because, then nobody else is doing it. Or they get up and they put their hand over their heart at the lowering of a flag or something, and everybody else is just walking around doing whatever they're doing. But I think that more and more we're seeing more patriotism than we've seen in a while. And I mean flags everywhere, people, talking and having discussions like this, right? Like, no kidding. People, the whole country, everywhere, even the halls of liberalism, New York, California, all the strongholds, you're seeing people becoming more and more patriotic. Now, the problem with that to some degree is that the way they're becoming patriotic, but they're not necessarily losing any of their political ideals very quickly. You know what I mean? It's really, it's like the first step, if you will. And we need to keep pushing gently, obviously, but just keep pushing and guiding these pseudo patriots in the right direction. Chip and Flint, Kaepernick's made being an anti-patriot some douchey fad. He kind of did, but what he really did is he unintendedly spiked patriotism as well, and it was already spiking, and he added to that spike. And this is the real truth behind all of this, right? Is at some point all of this stuff backfires on them, because every single time they do something, all they do is drive home that patriotism, being an American, that's important stuff, and we need that out there. And it's very, very interesting. It's very, very interesting to me, right? Like, it's probably not interesting to like most of you guys. Most of you guys are younger, and you have more important things to worry about to some degree. But patriotism's not. Here's the thing: patriotism is not taught in schools. Pride in your country is no longer taught in schools. They don't teach you to stand up for the flag. They don't teach you, because they never do. You learn it maybe in like a civics class or something like that, but they really don't teach it and instill it the way they did when I was a kid. And it really makes a difference. Yes, and I agree all of the things that you guys are saying. So yeah. It's just an interesting thing. The last thing I want to talk about tonight, and this is something that's you guys will probably continue with the side conversations, which are interesting. I'm liking the side conversations in the chat. So you guys may not have probably not really paid attention to it, but there's a lot going on right now in regards to the laws that they're trying to pass and how they're trying to get it done, and really how they're trying to maybe even not necessarily get them passed, but they want the threat of them hanging in the air so that it's there, right? Like right now, there's a lot of things that are, kind of just floating out there, right? Like maybe law, maybe it's not law, sort of, kind of, if it is. And it's very important for everyone to really understand what's going on, and not only in your local, not only nationally, what you see on the news, but also what's going on in your local governments and what is going on day to day in your state, in your county, in your town, because the laws are getting passed, or at least getting put on the table, that you probably don't actually agree with. And it's very important, very, very important. Tennessee has had some wins lately, and we've been pretty fortunate. But as fortunate as we have been, it could kind of just go away. It really could just be, we could end up in a situation where, well, not go away, but all the things that we've worked so hard for just end up not necessarily mattering as much, right? And so just pay attention, guys. You have to pay attention. Local government, county government, all of it. It's very important. And there's a lot of things out there right now that are trying to get pushed through that people don't know about, and people don't want you to know about. Red flag laws, this new machine gun ban or the assault weapons ban they're trying to push through. And a lot of these are scare tactics. And they're scare tactics to make you a little bit defeatist, make you out to be a radical when you speak out against it. And there's there's just a lot of different things out there. Got to pay attention, guys. Got to pay attention. We're having some fascinating discussions in the chat. CloverTac is on it tonight. Just absolutely on it. Really, really cool. Yeah, this is actually a really good one. And a lot of and we see Tennessee just defeated a similar law. So many people in Cali are unaware of that Newscomb, and I'm pronouncing it New Scum because he's scum, signed into law, making it illegal for schools to notify parents of discussions of children reporting feelings of transitioning to staff. They really did. They've done that. I've got to see this. Where's that? Got a link? Give me a link, or tell the mods to give you the ability to. Oh, you are a mod. Post up the link. What's up? Can't be holding back. What's up, bro? Holding back on me? Holding back on me, bro. Are you just learning that? I knew that. Let's see where we're at. Let me take this out of the way. Find that. New scum. That's right. Yeah. Octrodie, yeah. Kimberly Guilfoyle is used to be married to Newscomb, and she's attached herself to Don Jr. You know, I thought he had better taste, but I mean, she's good looking. So. Roland Thorne, you're from California. I'm sorry. So I saw a I actually have seen this where he goes through all of what they have to do to get on YouTube. So YouTube is apparently I saw a thing from the what was it? Hickok 45. I saw something from him the other day where yes, I'm going to get into this really quick. So I've been watching a lot lately. The new TOS, I guess it went in a couple of days. Maybe Clover can talk about this. Now, Clover and I talked about this a few weeks ago, and he had some really what he considered he said he had talked to the YouTube guys, and he said that things were actually probably going to lighten up. I don't know about the Demolition Ranch stuff. Jump up, and I want to hear about this. But Hickok apparently, I don't know whether he was confused or whatever. But it's interesting. Let me give you the link. Somebody give him the link, please. And while he's getting the link, guys, I'm gonna step away for just a minute. I gotta see if that's my see what's going on there, and I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. All right. CloverTac is joined. Please start minicam. He'll be right with us, folks. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking. Is it not coming through?
Yeah, it says please start minicam or choose other video source.
I don't have a video source. So
That's okay. That's all right.
It doesn't have a thing. Why does it not have a thing that'll put an avatar up? Or I wonder if that's
because you're supposed to have your avatar
somewhere or something.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Set it up somewhere, maybe.
Yeah, you have to. You have
to.
to. Hang on, just set it up. So big deal. It's a new software that I'm using that I think is better than StreamYard, but I'm still learning it. So, so what's the deal with the with YouTube's TOS and all of these guys flipping out a little bit?
Yeah, big channels are going to do that. Here's what you got to realize is that big channels like that come up in a whole different world of YouTube. So the smaller channels are used to it. Big channels are not. And we all know this. Big channels get away with a lot more shit than small channels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's kind of what's gone on for the long time, especially with the current policies that was put in place a few weeks ago. It was actually a YouTube meeting with a bunch of big gun channels, and I was actually in on that meeting just because of the nature of my relationship with YouTube and some other things. But I'm blessed in that way, even though I'm much smaller than all of them.
Right.
Anyway, what's interesting is there's two things. I mean, they ask about demo out there. I don't talk about Matt too much because him and I just do not get along. He was in that meeting. Hickok was not. And I know for a fact Hickok was invited to that meeting. So Hickok had the opportunity to join that meeting and actually back and forth with YouTube about the policy and war game and strategize and figure shit out, right? He chose not to do that. So for whatever reason, maybe he had his reasons. I don't know his reason. Anyway, the demo thing, and talk about it a little bit. I know that Matt put out a video just testing the theory of this whole age restriction with machine guns. And his theory was successful, that there was indeed a way to navigate policy to still be able to do it. Now, what's going on, and somebody out there said it, I think, when they mentioned the demo, they mentioned TOS. Has nothing to do with TOS. There's nothing to do with getting your channel taken down. Whether Brandon's telling you that, Brandon was in that meeting too, or Matt or whoever, that's bullshit. It's age restriction. To Matt's credit, he said age restriction in that video. I specifically remember. He wasn't crying foul on some shit that wasn't accurate. So it's an age restriction thing, right? But even at that, he was able to prove that there were ways to play within that policy and it not get age restricted.
Is that the video that where he's got like this? You can't actually see it fire.
He covers it with a blanket. He does all kinds of weird shit.
Yeah.
And he's like, here's the script. We have a script, right? And it's like, all he did was basically said they have a script. He showed a script. It was funny. And that's been verified that is not it was verified. I was able to verify that it indeed was not age restricted, which is interesting. So
I have a script.
Yeah. So the biggest thing for the last like 2 days I've been dealing with, well, yesterday and especially the day before, Hickok drops that video, and I don't watch much from Hickok. And so Hickok drops that video, and my phone, my DMs, like, holy shit, bro. Within 2 or 3 hours, I've had 100 phone calls, DMs, other things, people freaking the fuck out. And I'm like, oh, y'all are going to make me go watch a Hickok video. Oh. So I go over there, and it's not but like 5 minutes long.
The only reason I saw it is it popped up in my feed. I haven't watched him in years.
Yeah.
Like,
And
I
it just
honestly
said,
thought that he had kind of quit.
and it just said bad news. Well, I think he got in really bad health. We're going to go down some side tangents if we're not careful, but I think he
Sure.
got into some bad health because he makes the big Tulsa show almost every single time. And it was one time that this dude walked by and we were like, is that Greg? Is that Hickok? And like, no. But he's so tall and lanky, it's kind of hard for it not to be him. Like he
Right.
towers over everybody there. And anyway, kind of find out it was. I bumped into him a few minutes later, and it absolutely was. And I'm like, oh my God. I didn't want to ask him, was he sick or anything? But I thought
Yeah, he
something's going
definitely
on.
looked different in the video for sure.
Yeah. He's getting to where he's just looking. And I don't know how old he is, but he's getting to where he's frail looking and stuff. But anyway, so I go over there and watch the video, and like everything he's saying, like nothing makes any fucking sense, man. He's like, oh, we talked to our Google rep. I'm like, fucking Google rep? What the hell are you talking about? Google rep?
I wondered the same thing.
And he just,
I
there was
wanted to
so
get one
many
of my
things.
own.
Yeah, it was so many things. Well, that used to be a thing once upon a time, and reps are still a thing. Like I have a rep. YouTube rep, but they are not guaranteed based on your, they used to be guaranteed based on your channel size when you hit a certain subscriber, and they're not guaranteed at all now. So a series of events and mainly input and working with YouTube or being a big, huge channel are about the only ways you can get a rep. Thankfully, there are reps like mine that are willing to use me as a proxy to help other channels. So I help a lot of other channels. And that's the story I'm telling, was this one of helping Hickok, basically. So, anyway, I watched the video. I was confused as shit. Nothing made sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, so I've got all these people that have called. They're asking questions. They're trying to run scenarios by me. All this shit. And I'm 100% sure. I don't even want to say I'm 99% sure. Like I'm 100% sure what I just watched him say was bullshit, and I'm 100% right, and I understand the policy, and I was there. I was in the meeting. I asked very pointed questions in that meeting. Like I know what I fucking know. Like
right.
But like maybe something changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is part of when I back and forth with my sources at YouTube. I call it calibrating. What I call it.
Sure.
So I told everybody, I said, hey, let me get with my sources and let me get some calibration. I'm 100% sure I'm right, and everything I've been telling you for the last like 2 years applies to this shit. I said, but let me calibrate. There's a chance I'm wrong, but anyway. So got with my sources, and I said, Hickok put out a video. What was strange is they were confused. They were confusing Hickok with Paul Harrell, which I think was funny that they mixed channels up and stuff. And Paul Harrell is not doing well either, by the way. Shout out to Paul and his crew. For anybody that knows Paul, he's a phenomenal guy, phenomenal channel. One of the better big channels, honestly, on YouTube. So anyway, I was like, man, Hickok put this video out. I said, I'm inundated with messages and calls, literally 100 plus creators freaking out. I want to make sure I've got calibration. And they're like, all right, well, link us the video. So I linked them the video, and in real time, while I was sitting there, basically, because it wasn't that long, they were watching it, and I could hear them like, what? Huh? Like, what? Huh? And, so anyway, got through with the video, and they're like, well, that's confusing. And I'm like, oh, you fucking think? And I'm like, that's why I got in contact with you. And they're like, and I'm like, so here's what I understand, blah, blah, blah. Laid it out. They're like, no, you're 100% correct. You have a 100% perfect grasp on terms of service, on policy with all this. You are correct. So go back, go back and let everybody know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, but, we need to get in touch with Hickok. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? Like, YouTube can't get in touch with Hickok? What the hell? And I'm like, well, I don't have his info. I said, they're like, do you have his info? And I'm like, I don't have his info. I said, I see him at events and other things. I said, we've never done anything for me to, get his info. And they're like, well, we need to get a hold of him and see if we can't sort this out, because it is not as bad as he's making it out, and we can try to help him navigate a lot of this. And I'm like, I know you can. That's why, part of why I, reached out. It's us. I'm like, well, okay. I'm like, let me make some calls. I said, I got a really big network. I got a really big Rolodex. I said,
Sure.
and without a doubt, I know somebody, I'm sure, that's got contact information for Hickok, because we're talking about like a phone number, something that you could actually get a hold of somebody, not through the info section of his website or some stupid shit, right? And or his email registered with YouTube, like that's not gonna go anywhere. And so then I got into a dilemma, because it's like, okay, I've got this Rolodex, but I've got to be really careful, because we're dealing with some sensitive information. We're dealing with sensitive information with Hickok and his channel. We're dealing with sensitive information with YouTube and my sources there. And depending on who I try to get to help me, there's a certain amount of that information I'm going to have to give up. Do I trust them enough, respect and trust them enough, that they're going to keep all of this backdoor, private,
under their hat,
whatever, and not like blast out my YouTube contacts and stuff on social media and shit, right? So it took me a little while to figure that out. So anyway, I reached out to like 3, and I said, hey, this is, here's what's going on. I got to, we need to try to get a message to Hickok. YouTube's trying to get in touch with him. They want to try to help him get things, lined out. They watched his video, blah, blah, blah. And in the meantime, John, Hickok's son, I thought, well, just on the off chance, I'm going to shoot John a DM on Instagram, because I'm like, odds are Hickok probably doesn't manage all of his shit anyway. Like, he's probably got somebody doing it, whether that's John or somebody else. So I reached out to John on Instagram, and I said, hey, get in touch with me. YouTube's is trying to get a hold of you guys, try to help you guys out. And I said, just so you know, I've talked to a few other people, and so if you hear from them, that's me by proxy. Don't freak out or anything. And this was late, like night before last or something. I got up the next morning, I had a message from John. He said that said something to the effect of, yeah, it's been a big pain in the ass, but that they did finally get in touch with YouTube. Did get in touch with them. I don't know which one of my sources came through, but YouTube did get in touch with them, and that it wasn't nearly as bad as what they had thought. Thank God, even though it's going to be a lot of work to try to figure things out, it wasn't as bad as they thought. And then, to their credit, and I sent him a message earlier today, because this seldom did this fucking happen. Usually big YouTube channels, big gun YouTube channels, will bitch and howl to moon and complain about YouTube when it's their fucking fault. And in this case, not really Hickok's fault, because policy advanced. He's been around so long, right, that policy just advanced. It is his fault that he doesn't keep up with policy enough, like some of the channels that know that's an issue. And so we keep up with, or people keep up with it through me. They keep up with policy so they don't run into this issue where one day they wake up and they've got a fuck ton of videos that are non-compliant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it is his fault in that sense, but it's not his fault because, he just come up in a different time. But it is his fault that he had to shit in there that was violating policy. It's not like it was they were dinging him for something that wasn't in policy, right? So anyway, hell, where was I going with that? I started ranting about policy. What did I say? I got with John. What was the timeline? I got with
Something
John.
about policy
YouTube. Oh, to his credit. Like I said, most big gun tubers, when they get dinged, when they do something, and usually it's their fault. They have violated policy because they didn't realize it changed or whatever the case may be. And again, they've had every fucking opportunity to know that. Again, Hickok was invited to the big policy summit. They just let it go. I can't tell you the number of channels I've helped that you never hear anything. It's crickets. You get their shit fixed, you get them help, you do something, and then you don't hear shit. You know what I mean? To Hickok's credit, there is a video up on his channel now that it's like good news. The first one was bad news. This one's good news.
Right.
And he says, yeah, he's like, hey, we got in touch with YouTube. There was several of our creator colleagues that reached out, blah blah blah, and we were able to do this, and it's not quite as bad as what we thought, and blah blah blah. So shout out to Hickok for at least acknowledging, you know what I'm saying, kind of correcting the record and updating it that it wasn't as apocalyptic as they made it out the first time. So that was good to see, because not all, especially big creators, will do that. They love to placate to the hate and drama and everything else of YouTube.
Yeah, it gets views.
So the policy that was Hickok's issue, and this was the crux of the matter kind of around that, just so folks may understand. I don't know how much more time you want me to take up of yours, but
you're fine, man.
So the Hickok said in there that YouTube having a sponsorship as a gun channel was now against terms of service, or something to that effect, is what he had said. And subject to getting the video taken down, blah, blah, blah. So that would be a legit terms of service, not just an age gating or whatever, an age restriction. I call it age gating.
Yeah.
But issue. So the thing about that policy is that policy's actually been in play. If you've been fucking keeping up, and if anybody has talked to me, known me, I've talked about it. Other people I know have talked about it, obviously. If you kept up, that policy's actually been around for 2 years. But again, I go back to it has not been enforced, and especially not been enforced with big channels, because big channels have always been the worst offenders.
Right.
And the smaller channels have all pretty much been compliant, right? And so in that meeting, it's like, hey, this is not a policy change, but we're just letting y'all know that we've got to start enforcing this policy. Like, meaning enforcing it evenly, right? And so that's kind of what went down. And so what that policy says is that policy doesn't say that you can't have a sponsorship. Now, let me back up and just say that I think it's a bad idea to even say the word sponsorship or do anything like that. I have a very specific way that I navigate policy, and I teach others to navigate policy. And if you do an ad copy, right? And you go, this video, we all see it, right? Nord fucking VPN or Shadow Warriors or whatever the fuck it is that pops up, right? That somebody, not an ad YouTube puts up, but what somebody reads, right? And they read that. They go, today's video is brought to you by Shadow Warriors. Shadow Warriors is a first-person shooter game that blah, blah, blah. Like, how fucking boring is that shit? Like, nobody wants to listen to that shit. And you just tanked your viewer retention, right? So first of all, there's a much better way to do it, right? But basically what the policy says is that from a community guideline standards, meaning if you don't want your video taken down and potentially get a strike, and if you get multiple strikes, you lose your channel. If you don't want that to happen, then there are certain items that you can't link to in the description, put the link on the screen, say the URL of the website, or put a product code, give a product code out. They consider product codes to basically be the same as a link for anything that leads to where somebody can buy that item. So in other words, to give you, an example, if I come out and I say, today's video, let me pick a company, SIG. We were talking about SIG earlier. Today's video is brought to you by SIG. SIG's got some awesome, stuff, been around for blah, 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 blah. Go check them out, sigsire.com. I don't know what the website is. I don't even fucking know. But anyway, anyway, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. First of all, that may be a bad example, because I don't think you can buy from SIG. You can't buy directly from SIG, can you?
Yeah, you can.
Go over there to look.
I do.
You can buy directly from them, guns and shit? You sure?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Few models. I don't see a buy now. I don't see a buy now option. SIG was a bad thing. You can't buy. You can't buy guns.
I buy. I have bought directly. Matter of fact, I get. Let me see if I've gotten one recently. I bought my X5 directly from SIG. It shipped directly from SIG through SIG.
Well, I'm on SIG, and I don't see any way to directly buy anything. So this is interesting. Models, nothing. Yeah, I see no way to buy it, and I'm on the SIG website. Anyway, well, it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah,
it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Keep going.
But the point is, you can buy that. So I say go to 6hour.com, and go check out 6hour.com, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's say SIG, you can click a button, you pay them, they ship it to your FFL, you bought it online, right? You bought it from that website. That would be a violation of policy. Now, on the flip side, let's say that I do something, let's use SIG, but in a different context.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I do my thing where I'm like, hey, I want to give a shout out and thank friends at 6 Fire. Here on the channel, we use the blah, 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 blah. It's a really cool handgun, this, that, and the other, even though I don't use SIG handguns for the most part. And then we just leave it be, right? There's no link. I haven't mentioned a website, blah, 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 blah. Even if they sell, it's fine because I haven't told anybody to go check it out, which I've done no push, no call to action. And I have not listed their website, so it's fine, right?
Yeah.
Now, on the flip side of that, let's say that I go back, but I do say go check them out, 6fire.com, but they don't sell firearms. So I do a lot of work with European American Armory, for example, EAAcorp.com, and they use a distributor model, so they don't sell direct, right?
Right.
You can go on their website. You can look at everything that they import.
I just sent you something in Discord.
But if you want to buy, you've got to go to you got to go to your local dealer, right? Or you've got to go to some other online retailer to buy. You can't buy direct from EAA. So in that context, I could actually say, go check out our friends at EAAcorp.com. Right? Because they don't sell directly. Now, again, this is dealing with items. We're talking firearms here, essentially, but there are a few other items, such as suppressors, magazines, and ammunition. So what you've got to think on this is anything that has any type of regulation on a state or a federal level likely falls under that. And YouTube lists the things out. I'm not saying this is a gray area. But just a general rule of thumb to use in this, if you're a creator, is think regulated goods, right? And not all states have magazine regulations. I get that, but some do, right? So if any state has any type of regulation on these particular things, then they're subject to that part of policy. But again, as I just illustrated, that doesn't mean you can't work within that policy.
Yeah, I'm going to read you from this last email I got from SIG. You got me thinking about SIG. Now I had to prove you wrong, bro. Sorry. I'm just kidding.
I don't care about proving wrong. I'm on their website, and I see no button. I've clicked on.
Let me see if they moved it. I'm trying to find the link. Here
and I see no button to click to buy anything. So it's like.
I got to find. Are we on different websites? Because it's literally like says firearms right there.
I'm on 6hour.com. It says firearms, but now click on a model. There's no buy button. No, nowhere is there a buy button.
Hang on, let me see.
There's view product, and you view product, and there's view models, but there's no
competition.
Buy now. I see it. Okay, never mind. Oh, nope, you can't do it. Retailer location. Hang on, retailer location. That's a search. Nope, you can't buy it either. That's a form that sends you a retailer location. So you're not buying directly from SIG.
They may have changed their because I bought stuff.
Well, are you under some kind of weird like LEO military?
No. Oh yeah, it does dealer locator guns.com all that. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah. See, that wouldn't be direct sale from the website.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Steven says, I see a buy now button. Yeah, but you can't buy now.
Yeah, you can't buy now anymore. They've changed it. Now it just goes to like
Yeah.
Fucking guns.com or some shit.
You know what? I wonder, and this is, I'm not a SIG guy, so like that's
Very
the first time in a
strange.
long time I've been on there. But here's what I wonder. I wonder if they changed that partially in part of the YouTube policy. And I'm not saying they changed it recently. They could have changed it years ago, but
oh no, I last bought in 22. So
yeah,
there could be any number of reasons. It could have just become too big a hassle because, even though SIG's FFL, maybe it just, maybe they just don't want to deal with it anymore. And
yeah.
they're just like,
Well,
fuck it.
X3 out there says you can buy parts, barrels, blah blah blah. Yeah, I mean probably.
Yeah, you can still do all that.
Yeah, I see a shopping cart option, so there's definitely something on that site you can buy. But yeah, the guns are sending you through somebody else, and that's a lot of companies are that way.
I think
of
they must have made that
manufacturers
change
are that way.
because maybe it was changed after all the P320 lawsuits. I don't know. I don't know that would do it, but could be.
Well, I don't know if there's certain state regulations that you have to do that, to be quite honest.
That could have happened too. We don't
there may be. I know, especially Oregon, I think Washington, and California. That West Coast has done some really weird things having to do with online shopping and stuff.
Now my feelings are hurt.
Why?
Because I didn't buy enough guns in 22 when I could.
You can still buy guns. I don't understand the problem.
Well, I mean, I was buying them directly from SIG. SIG gave me discounts, so I like.
You need to hit up SIG. You're a competitive shooter. They'll still probably work with you.
They probably.
And you're a content creator on top of that.
That's true. I'll have to do some gun videos.
So you fucking show up at Goals here in about a month. You could just talk to them directly and make that happen. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot a match Sunday.
I don't know if they're signed up to be there or not, to be honest with you, but I don't know why they wouldn't be.
I'm going to shoot a match Saturday or Sunday this week, and then Saturday next week. And Saturday next week I'll be in the Oak Ridge, Knoxville area where your show's going to be. Yeah. So
yeah. But yeah, to those out in the chat, who was that earlier? I think it was Steven that was out there. Yeah, like Steven out there was I mean, great questions and points, but when you're a gun tuber creator, it's all, you got to look through the weeds and the minutia and the nuance. And once you start doing that, you start figuring things out. As far as why YouTube has been really open. You're not going to hear this from a lot of the bigger channels, even though they are in these summits and meetings and other things. They will not tell you this. YouTube is pretty open about policy. They seek feedback and input on policy. But at the end of the day, what you got to realize about YouTube, and regardless of what the niche is, YouTube is in the middle of a constant shitstorm between viewers, creators, and advertisers. And it takes all of those to make YouTube fucking work.
That's true.
And so, if viewers are complaining about a certain thing, then okay, that may be cool. They may ignore it to a certain extent, depending on how many. But then if advertisers start to complain, or if creators start to complain, or then they got to try to figure something out.
Yeah.
And this particular policy change, as far as adding anything that would get your channel taken down, because that's always the claim. They want to get rid of our gun channels, right? Well, they want to get rid of all gun channels. This particular policy change, there was nothing added to this policy change that would get a channel taken down. There was 2 parts of policy instituted that could do age gating. And the other one was just an announcement that they were ramping up the actual enforcement of a previous policy. So even though this was a quote unquote policy update, there actually hasn't been a policy update in the firearms sector in about 2 to 3 years. So tell me again that they're trying to get rid of gun channels. Because if they were, why would they not have a new policy update every month or something like? But once you understand YouTube and you work with them a little bit and you understand kind of where they sit in their outlook and everything, they're about protecting their interest is what they're about. They're not pro-gun or anti-gun. They're about they want to protect their fucking business is what they're about.
Yeah.
And Steven says age gating. Okay, so I need to explain this because that's a farce too, Steven.
All right.
Steven says age gating is damaging to a channel's income. Okay, no, it's not. Here's why. The policy, let's use the machine gun policy, right? So the machine gun policy is already and has been for a very long time, an issue that would not grant that video full monetization. And that's been in play for a very long time. So because it was age gated and it doesn't get as many views, and so because it doesn't get any views, they don't make as much money. They weren't making as much money to start with on it. So at the end of the day, it's moot. It makes no difference.
I have to ask Clover, because I guess I just never really did before, even when I was on your show. What got you into the gun tubing? What made you do that?
I put a video up on I think it was Smith & Wesson. Well, I'd done a lot of videos just randomly, like on a personal channel for a long time, like since YouTube first started. And then I ended up, because YouTube used to be, the early days of YouTube, it was just a place where you shared videos with people because it was easy. You could upload it.
Yeah, I used to do that.
Across the country or whatever, you have family, they can watch it, right? This was prior to social media being able to do that, right?
Right.
And so, with the gun channel thing, and especially we're getting really into it, but it kind of started around. I did a video. There was an old man that had and he's dead and gone now, unfortunately. Awesome old dude. Crotchety motherfucker. Anyway, he had a Smith & Wesson Airweight something. I forget what model. It was an older one, and needed the mainspring. The mainspring was broken in it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can fix that. Blah blah blah. And he's like, oh, would you mind? And I'm like, yeah. And I thought, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna video this. And so I videoed that. I think that's a crappy ass video too, but I think it's still on the channel. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna video this. So I videoed and I put it on YouTube. And I told him, I said, hey, if you want to see how to do that, I put a video up, this, that, and the other. Well, that for whatever reason, there was other people out there, I guess, that needed. So that started to get a little bit of traction and whatnot. And I was like, all right, well, this is kind of cool. And then I found this community called gunchannels.com, and I became a part of Gun Channels and hung out in there. And so I've been doing, that's what, these live stream podcasts, whatever you want to fucking call them. I've been doing those for a very, very, very long time now, because that's basically what Gun Channels revolved around. And so one thing led to another. Sold my business. I think we probably talked about that, but I had a business for about 18 years. Ended up selling it. And kind of needed something to do. Was thinking about going into politics, and then got invited to SHOT Show. And I'm like, as a creator, and that all was part and parcel, and because of being in that Gun Channels community, I believe. And during that time, it was like, okay, companies, they'll send you things to work with. You can do all this. And so that started to raise questions with the whole politics side. If I was getting gun companies sending me stuff and other shit, like, could I do that and still be in politics, or would that get muddy and create an issue where somebody was like, oh, he's getting kickbacks or some kind of, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And so I had that conversation with my wife and, close friends and other things. I'm like, what do I want to do? Do I want to go down this road? Do I want to play around in politics? Or do I want to go down this GunTuber road thing and see what happens?
Why not both?
And they're like, well, that's why, right? How could I be a politician? You got to realize the local parties and stuff here are tough, man. So if there's any way they could tie me, something I did legislatively, or I was wanting to be a JP, a judge. So if there was anything they could tie to any kind of ethical bullshit from getting a gun or something, they would hang me. Do what? No, you can be a JP without a law degree. Highest court in the land and the lowest court in the land, you do not have to have a Juris Doctorate for. So you can be a member of the Supreme Court, or not a municipal judge, but a justice of the peace. Municipal judges, most cities require a law degree. But elected, and they're not elected either. They're the city or hired on or whatever, most of them. But anyway,
Yeah.
But yeah, you're elected justices anyway.
Interesting.
So that run into potential, like I said, it could be an ethical issue, right? And it's like, okay, what do I want to do? And they're like, well, you know, you've always loved guns and playing around with shit. You seem to enjoy the content thing, this, that, and the other. Why don't you? You're young, like. You know, average age of a justice of the peace around here is probably 65 or fucking 70. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not young, but at the same time, I want, you know, I'm not old like that. They're like, you got plenty of time. You could run for JP and serve several terms or do something if you wanted to play around with that later. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. So I went to SHOT Show and I was fucking hooked, dude. Like the industry's awesome. Everything is, you know, it's just so fucking amazing. So went to SHOT Show that first year, and muddled along a little bit with it, and decided that before SHOT the next year, before the next year rolled around, and that next year I think it was 2017 maybe was the following year, something like that, and I decided, you know, I got to get a little more serious about this because. You know, I'd grown a business from nothing, and I've always had side hustles, and my wife's been the stable one, honestly. Like, and not that I don't make money. And it's kind of like you, right? You've dabbled in a lot of shit, so we got a lot of things like that in common.
Yeah, I still do.
But it amazes my wife that I can find ways to make money all over the fucking place, right? It's like, she's always amazed at like, why is there like $5,000 in the bank account? They're like, oh, I went and did this or that or the other. She's like, what the fuck? How did you figure that out? I'm like, yeah, you know.
Mine's like, so my wife. So I come home with a boat. My wife's, how much did you spend for that? And I'm like, I didn't. I traded whatever for it. And she's like, really? Yeah. Really? How does that even work? And I'm like, I don't know. It worked. It worked out perfect.
Yeah. You just know how to wheel and deal. Yeah, you just know how to wheel and deal and do what you got to do, right? And part of that's hustle. And I talk about it with being a man. You find a way and you get shit done, right?
Yeah.
But and you got to I think you have to have a little bit of a mechanical mindset, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
And you obviously have that.
Pieces fit.
Yeah,
you have to see how the pieces fit.
I'm blessed with that too. But if you see how pieces fit, you can see how pieces fit with life, with business,
that's right,
with all kinds of things. You can see how pieces fit, right? It's just a mindset. Have
you ever like talk to somebody in the medical field and they try and explain something, oh yeah, I got that exactly. And because
my wife's a nurse,
you can see how it fits. And I remember I was having a discussion,
but I don't understand half of what she talks about. I will say that.
Yeah, right. I was having a discussion with someone once about how to do something or no, how I had done something. And they were like, how did you know how to do this? And I'm like, it just seemed like the right way to do it. And they're like, well, it was the exact right way to do it. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, it's fine because there's not a lot of difference between, keeping fluids in something. We're just trying to keep fluids and stuff, right? So
right. There's a lot of similarities, but man, my wife gets way off in the weeds with like medical jargon and stuff, and it's like I tune out like I don't care about the medical thing.
Look like Cat with when I start talking politics.
Or we talk guns or anything else. Yeah. But anyway, so
she's still going over there. She's still on her channel. She's got Teriak and Fine Randy and Damon and her husband up. So they're having a great time.
Well, but
being here.
Because I just have that mindset. Like anything worth doing is trying to do, the best you can. I went along for about a year there. And decided that, okay, I need to ramp it up, and I need to, it's kind of a side hustle for me. Like I don't have to do this, but I absolutely enjoy doing it. It helps a whole lot of people. I've made tons of friends and connections, and that's the vast majority of the reason that I do it, quite honestly. And at this point, it's never been about growth, and that's obvious by the size of my channel. It's fucking obvious because the people I know, and you and I have both public and private conversations about that. The people I know and the things I get to do. I mean, working with YouTube, having a check mark on my channel, I'm 20,000 and I got a verification YouTube check mark. Like, come on. Like that's special. Not all channels can get that. So, I've been blessed in a lot of ways. But it's like, okay, I need to get serious. So I made a New Year's resolution 2017, and this I'll never forget. But and I very seldom do I make fucking New Year's resolutions, right? But I'm like, okay, I'm gonna buckle down and I'm gonna get a little more serious at this. So 2017, it's like, okay, I'm gonna start learning YouTube. I need to learn the platform. I need to understand how it works. I need to get inside the mindset of other creators. Try to get the 30,000 foot view, figure out how to navigate things. At that time, we'd already been through some pretty draconian gun policy shit with Facebook in like 2008, 2010, maybe 2012. I don't remember, but quite a few years before. And it's like, I need to learn this. So that's when I kind of started this journey. And I'm over here, right? I'm in the debate sphere, the manosphere, I'm in the baseball card fucking sphere. I'm all over the place with YouTube, hanging out and doing things. And I do that because you make a lot of friends that have common interests, and that's fucking cool.
Right.
But it also helps me to have a more healthy understanding, because most gun tubers are very introverted of themselves, film a video, put it up. They don't fucking pay attention to other shit. And so they think they're getting picked on as far as policy, when it's like, I'm hearing the same shit from this other niche over here. Right.
Yeah.
So, it just helps expand my perspective, which is an awesome thing. So 2017, I got into that. Like I said, did some, I don't want to say courses, because that ain't the right way to put it, but did a lot of studying up and other things. And then along those way, by sheer fucking chance, I started a Facebook group that was basically for smaller creators. And it was basically just to share some of the things that I had learned. And somebody posted that they had a problem one day. And I didn't have the answer to their problem, and I told them that. I'm not, sadly, I don't know. I can try to find out, but I don't know. And I got a message through Facebook from this guy, and he'll remain nameless for obvious reasons. And he's like, hey, I think I can help out, blah, 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 but I need, but I wanted to talk to you first before I reached out, because, you own the group, this, that, and the other. And I was like, who are you, type thing. And ended up, he was like head of search and discovery for YouTube.
Wow.
I'm like, holy shit. Are you serious? He's like, yeah. And he's a pretty good friend. We never met in person, but we talk back and forth pretty regularly, and have ever since. So that was my first getting a foot in the door, right? With that. And then that's grown now to, I've been a part of beta programs and policy summits, and, I've done all kinds of stuff with YouTube. I've got tons and tons and tons of, what am I thinking? Different contacts that you make.
Yeah.
Anytime you do a policy summit, you meet some new employee or something there. So, but I will say this: I'm primarily focused into the gun sector, the firearms sector. So, and I want to caveat that anytime I'm in another niche or something, to say, can I help you out potentially with stuff? Yeah, but for the most part, I mean, I'm the go-to for gun tuber problems more than anything. But yeah, it's just everything grew from there, and only the pieces kind of fell together. And I say it all the time: if I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to YouTube and my channel. As far as the numbers and growth go, if I would focus more on putting out videos and shit, and not worrying about other people, or fucking caring about other people, or helping other people, or answering phones or DMs with creators that have problems, I'd be a lot bigger channel. Because I spend a lot of fucking time with that shit every week. A lot of time. And I don't get paid a fucking cent for that. But at the end of the day, like, what good is knowledge and contacts and other things, in my opinion, if you can't fucking help people with it, right? Like, seriously. And I've been told all the time, oh, you should charge a consulting fee, you should do this. But here's the fucking problem. I can remember a time when I needed help, and I couldn't afford to pay a fucking consultant fee. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the creator that another creator is going, fuck, I need help with this. And I don't want to be the creator that's offering a $750 course or $1,000 fucking
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to help that motherfucker out if they're genuine. If they're genuine. And that's me. Like
Right.
you anytime I help anybody, I never do it through DM or phone call or shit like or DM or through a message on social media, whatever, right? Email. It's always, here's my number, we got to get on a call. Because I'm pretty good at figuring out the character of people. I love walking around Walmart, being a student of humanity. And so I can have a conversation with somebody for about 5 minutes, and I can fill them out whether they're a piece of shit or not. Usually, occasionally there's people that fool me, but usually,
occasionally it takes 10 minutes, right?
And I can definitely tell their motives and other things. And so if people reach out to me, they have a problem, and I can tell right away that they have no interest on trying to play ball. They want to cheat the system. They want YouTube just to give them a fucking pass. That type of shit. Like, I'm done with you. Don't ever fucking call me again. Good luck. You go do your fucking thing. That's not my lane. Right? And I'm very clear about that. And that helps to surround me with like-minded people that hopefully take what they hear from me. And again, we've talked about this even in the context of, relationships or, whatever, being a man's man or whatever, about passing on knowledge, right? Like, if you learn something from me, and it didn't fucking cost you a dime to learn that from me, please pass that on to somebody that that needs help, that can fucking learn from that, please.
It's an interesting thing that, I noticed this among a specific subset of people. I will help anybody pretty much with anything as long as I don't feel like they're trying to take advantage of me and that they actually need the help. You know what I mean? Like, and it has been said of me, and I don't necessarily agree with this, but it's been said of me that I would give you this shirt off my back if I thought you needed it more than I did. I'm not sure I agree with that. But it's been said. My wife thinks I'm too nice and I'm too kind.
I try not to help anybody that I feel wouldn't help themselves.
Right. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Like, if you're just wanting to fucking hand out the freebie shit, and this is what pisses me off, especially in mine, and really any niche that revolves around product. It fucking annoys me to no end when they go, like, I'm picking up an AR tomorrow, a Bursa Magpul edition AR tomorrow to gun shop. Nice. There you go. Everybody gets that. People on my channel don't even know that yet. So people hear shit like that and they go, well, how do you get guns for free? Like, motherfucker, I don't get guns for free. They send them to me because they know I'm going to do the work with the motherfuckers. That's why they send them to me. There ain't nothing free here. Like, get out of that mindset of free. Like, ain't nothing in life free. Come on. You're killing me.
Right.
You're killing me, Smalls.
I feel like that there's a subset of people out there that are really out to help other people.
It's small, unfortunately.
And it's a small subset.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
every time.
I take time out of my day to help people. I really dislike it. I really dislike asking for help for myself. But I'll take, if somebody needs help, I've literally just stopped everything I do and I'm willing to help them. I've helped my competitors before when I didn't need to.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is
I don't mind a bit. Like, you know how many channels I've helped that have blown past me subscriber wise?
Yeah.
Fucking like I was losing subs. Like, blown past me, and I'm like, motherfucker! Their channel could have been deleted, and it's like, at the end of the day, I'm happy for them, like, because I'm happy. Why would I be discouraged or upset at that? Like their success is my success in a way, right?
Yeah, there's probably a bunch of advantages to doing that. I personally feel like that if somebody needs help and you can help them, and you don't, okay, you don't have to help people. But if you do, it means a lot. Not to that person. I mean, obviously, it usually does, but it really means a lot. In my opinion, it should mean a lot to you to be able to help somebody.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't need to be expected. That's for damn sure. And every individual, every individual and God are the only two that's going to know that individual's heart, right?
Right.
But if you're truly doing things to help somebody out and nothing is expected,
yeah, it doesn't matter to you.
I could tell you this, and it sounds weird, but on the individual cases, I'm not doing it to try to get benefit from it, but the blessings come around like multifold. It seems like when you every single time, like there's, you'll call it karma. Like if you don't believe in that side of things, maybe you call it karma, maybe whatever. Just
I don't
the
know
universe,
if we can call it karma, but that's as best description as I can give it.
It's whatever you want to call it. But odds are, like if you're a good person and you actually, are legitimately trying to help people out, most of the time you're going to be okay. And I don't live a, crazy, what do you want to call it? Like bougie lifestyle or luxurious lifestyle or anything like that. And I've never wanted for that. So, for me, it doesn't take a lot. And I've made smart decisions my wife and I both, I got to give her credit too, have made, smart decisions, our entire life. We've done things kind of the right way. And so anything that happens to come back around, is pretty huge for us, because we don't require that much. So any little bit we might get from that comes back around is a huge deal.
Have you ever noticed it? Actually, first let me respond to Angie Girl. Then I have a kind of a little parable or story, or whatever. Angie Girl, you've been in chat before and got a gifted membership. Hey, shout out to all the guys who've been giving out gifted memberships. We gave out a lot this month, and that's awesome.
I noticed the other night you could gift memberships now if you weren't a member, which is pretty awesome. That used to not be the case. That is kind of cool,
yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I talk a lot in chat. That's perfectly fine. Happy to have you here. I hope that the stream, that the show's entertaining, and maybe even maybe might learn something. I don't know.
Yeah. Real quick to remember who it was up there, but somebody said I think it was Cam. I think maybe that said it. But he was talking about the algorithm intrigues him. The algorithm, you got to understand this about YouTube, runs off multiple algorithms, multiple policies. It's not one dimensional at all in any facet. YouTube is way more complex, than even YouTube employees know, unfortunately. Yeah. But the algorithm, as far as search and discovery goes, being found and that kind of thing, it is ever changing. And there's almost no way to cheat it nowadays. Once upon a time there was. And the reason is it's completely viewer driven. It's all off of viewer habits, and every viewer is different. So it's you talk about trying to hit a moving target. Holy shit. It's like trying to hit a moving target to nail the algorithm. It really is tough.
So when we're talking about how, we like to help people, and a lot of times we just put trust into people, and we don't even know why we put trust into them. So I don't know if you were a member of the show when I told the story, but back over the winter, my family and I went to Colorado. My son, who had never skied before, my wife arranged for him to get ski lessons, and so we all went out there so that my wife and I could sit in the hot tub and my son could go learn how to ski. It's a great weekend, and we're getting ready to fly back, and I had two knives with me, both of them out the front, fairly reasonably priced.
Well, of course, anything that's a decent brand, OTF is going to be high dollar.
Reasonably expensive. One was a Heretic, and the other was a Benchmade.
Yeah, you got gun show cheapies, and then you've got expensive shit. There really
Yeah.
ain't no in between.
Yeah, and I had the expensive shit. So we're going, and I asked my son. My son was repacking one of the bags, and I said, "Hey, could you make sure as you're repacking there, because he moved my my hiking boots or my the shoes I wore from one bag, from the checked bag into another bag, because just weight, right? Just had to make the right weight." And I said, make sure my knives are in the shoes, because when I go through security, when I check a bag, I don't like my knives get stolen, so they're in the shoes. Just go ahead and make sure you put them in the checked bag. He said, "Yep, absolutely, I got it. I'm on it." Okay, cool. We're coming up to the security checkpoint there at DIA, and I don't know what made me ask, but I'm like, "Did you put my knives in the checked bag?" And he's like, "Knives? What knives?" Sure enough, I open up the duffel bag that I'm carrying, and there's my two knives. Now, it used to be in DIA.
In the airport?
In the airport.
Oh.
It used to be in the airport, like at DIA, like a lot of airports, there's a post office that basically is open 24/7 in the airport. So I tell my wife, I'm like, "Hey," my wife said, "Hey, we've got some time before the flight. You guys just sit over here, relax." And we're literally like 30 feet from the security checkpoint. Like, I can see the metal detectors.
Right.
And I'm like, just hang out here, and I'm going to move. I'm going to go grab I'm going to go take care of this. So unbeknownst to me, when they remodeled DIA, they moved the post office literally out of the airport. It's down the street. Like, I would have had to get an Uber over there, mail them an Uber back. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And so there was and I don't know if you've seen these guys in the airport. There was an airport volunteer. He's an older guy, and he was standing there. He's like, and he's got the vest on. It says, "Need help," or "Ask for help," or whatever. And I just walk over and I'm like, I can't find the post office. Is there a post office in the airport? And he's like, "Well, there is a drop box, but it's on the other side of security now." And I'm like, "Are you really?"
Well,
He's
that's
like,
stupid.
"Yeah."
That's stupid.
Stupid.
What the hell?
And I'm like, okay, all right. Well, is there anywhere on this side? Because there used to be a post office right over here. He's like, "Nope. Since they remodeled, the post office is actually down the street, Uber and all that." I'm like, "Oh crap." He's like, "There seems to be a problem." And I'm like, "Yeah, I have these knives. They're fairly expensive. Actually, I just told them they mean a lot to me. Would you, I've got to take care of it. I guess I'm just going to go find an Uber." And he's like, "I'll mail them for you." And I've known this guy for like 3 minutes.
Right. That's long enough, though.
Right. And I looked at him.
Yeah.
I looked at him
for the right person, and you're one of those people. Yeah.
I looked at him and I'm like, this is good. This is going to work out.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be fine. So he was a retiree. Of course, I lived in Denver for a while, so I knew where he kind of lived. I knew the area where he lived, and we talked about that. And he's like, "Oh, I live over here, blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Oh, great." And so he carries a little business card with him. It has his name on it, his wife's name, their address, their phone number, everything on it. And I take that and put it in my wallet, and I write down in a little notebook that he carries, just like, a past generation used to carry these little notebooks.
Oh, yeah.
He writes down my address, or has me write down my address, my phone number. And I said, he's like, I have to be honest with you. These knives mean a lot to me, and they're really expensive. I can't actually replace the one because it's a heretic. They only make so many of them. I can't replace it. The other one, I can replace it, but I literally just got it a few months ago, and I just would really not. I'd really like them back, and I will pay you shipping if you'll send them to me. I fly back, and about a week and a half later, I get a little box, and there are my knives in it. I think he paid maybe $13 or $14 in shipping.
Right.
And I sent him. I mailed him a check for $50.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
So,
yeah.
You know, because he didn't have to do that. I mean, literally. And I told him.
No, I would have. Yeah. I would have done the same thing. Yeah, I would have sent him.
I told him. I said, like, these are really expensive knives, and I told him, I'm like, he's like, well, how much are they? And I'm like, well, together they're about $800. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, they really are. And he's like, okay, no problem. I'll take care of it. All he said was, I'll take care of it. It's fine.
Yeah, there are good people in this world. I think a lot of people. We've talked about this before.
Mm-hmm.
I've been all over the country, and I've never been. I've been in some pretty what most would consider some pretty sketchy fucking places, and I've never felt unsafe. I've never felt threatened.
Right, that's me.
And I think there's certain people in the world that they just don't. I don't know what kind of dar you call it, right? It's not gaydar or laydar like Brian. I don't know what kind of dar it is, but there's certain people in this world that have some kind of a dar for like just seeing the good, and being able to key in and pick up on that. And there's people that don't have it, and like every little thing freaks them out.
I almost feel like that that people that actually treat people properly, we inspire other people to do that. Even though they may not do it for somebody else, they will do it because we were a good person about it, right? Like they may not have done it for anyone else, right? Like anybody else, he probably would have just thrown them in a bucket, on the front porch in the house, right? In front of his house.
Took them home and kept them as expensive.
Yeah, just kept them.
Yeah, you just wouldn't have ever seen them again.
Yeah, because
he wouldn't have gave you his business card in the first place if that was the case.
That's
Why
true.
would he give you his contact info? So
But
there, when you said that, right there, I keyed in and I'm like, that dude's legit. Like, why would he could give you a fake business card, but why the fuck would anybody do that? They just wouldn't give you a card. They just promise you to do it and then go about your business.
Right. And he volunteered. I didn't ask him for a card. I'm like, I asked him, I was like, can I just get your phone number? Maybe an email address? And he's like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And, but I think that I hate to use the very trite term of you kind of, you receive what you put out.
I think you receive more than you put out, quite honestly.
I think that if you're
maybe that's just my perspective. Maybe I value what I get back more. That could be the issue, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I think if you approach people in a reasonable way and you talk to people in a way that doesn't immediately devalue them or whatever, then they are more receptive to start with, and then you can build from there. I also firmly believe that there are some people out there that are just going to push the envelope no matter what. And if someone starts to push the envelope with you and you let them,
no, you got to stand firm.
Yeah, that's a problem. But yeah, again,
that was my issue last night on Glenn's show with some dude.
That guy was awesome.
you had experience with him earlier on, right? Well, Glenn left, and we'd already asked the chat. They'd like, yeah, we want to watch the convention. Hogan's coming up. We want to watch that. We want to watch Trump, and we would prefer that.
And this is after somebody had paid $100 to knock him off, right?
Well, this is true too, yeah, because he had came back, and so they were like, okay, we don't want a lot of people talking, over the speeches, and I'm like, that's cool because I don't either, right? Like I wanted to listen to it, so I'm like, cool. So we got the flow, we know the format, we know what we want to do.
Yeah.
And we were working on getting there, and he was there, and he just kept on, and he kept on, and he kept on, and he kept on, and I hold no malice toward the dude. I don't know the fucking guy. So, like, how can I hate the dude or anything? There's nothing personal involved in this.
I don't know you to
but
hate
holy shit, he just kept on, and finally I just clicked the boot button. I was like, he's got to go. Like, I got control of this show. And to me, he wasn't being respectful, and that's all it amounted to. There was nothing hateful or personal about it. But at some point, that's a prime example of what you're talking about. Like, at some point, you got to put your foot down. You just got to be firm, but be fair. Right? Be firm, but be fair. And I think that was totally fair.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was...
When Glenn come back on, Glenn let him back in. but that's Glenn's show, and Glenn had the con at that point. So like whatever. But at that point, I had responsibility of Glenn's show, and anybody that's over the years followed any of my lives or podcasts or anything that I've been on, there's I want a certain flow. I want a conversation. These live streams are put on. Yeah, I mean, we have fun on the panels and we have great conversations between each other. But at the end of the day, we want something interesting, educational, or entertaining for the fucking folks that are watching out there.
Yeah.
And if we're interjecting and talking over and having meta conversations and other bullshit, that don't happen. So again, it's not just a matter of respect for the channel owner and the panel, but it's a matter of respect for the viewers too, in my opinion.
I mean, you're not wrong. And so when I was on there, not to relive the whole thing, but when I first came on, he was like, he seemed cool. Everything was great. And then he dipped out, and I dipped out too, because Josie came on, and I actually had to go do some stuff. So I was like, I kind of made it funny by saying, oh, well, the woman prattle's getting too much. I'm out of here. And I was gone all of like 10 minutes, and I come back and everybody's gone. I'm like, well, that was fucking weird, but whatever. Okay, cool. And then I don't know, man. The next thing I know, Glenn, we were back, we're having a good time, and the guy comes back in, and he just would not shut the fuck up long enough for anyone else to even talk. And it was really pissing me off, man. Like I generally don't really care that much.
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't say he didn't piss me off. It's just but
I've
seen it. But I've been around and done it so much that I've seen it so much that it doesn't piss me off, because I've got a boot button. I got a kick button. You know what I mean?
Right,
there's no need for him to piss me off. I've got a kick button, so I'm just gonna kick him, and we're gonna go about the show. It's that easy.
Yeah, he was cool at first, and then I was cool with him, and then
I think he's probably a cool dude to hang out with one-on-one.
I think when he's not high, he's probably.
But in a panel setting, he just was not working out.
He would. So like I have a very specific way that I deal with people who just want to talk over everybody, and that is I just shut the fuck up, and I'll just sit there and watch you make a fool of yourself. And
yeah, but that at some point that's a disservice to your audience too.
It is. Well, it wasn't my audience.
So, yeah, well, that's true. Because you have to. It's there. Okay, so I've been on a lot of panels since kind of coming over here with you guys and shit. And there's been many, many times it was all I could do to bite my fucking tongue. So I understand what you're saying. Because when we get all off into the personal attack meta conversation, and there's people that I like that have played a part in that, Sarah, Josie, fucking, multiple fucking people that's done that. And it's like, I just, fucking Grace, like I'll never be on a fucking panel with that chick. That chick's, nope. And so, man, is it crazy that I mentioned 3 chicks just then? I will say this though. Who is it? Jess and Arthur Dia. And there's another one too. Another chick that comes on regular. Who am I thinking of? We have
several.
Anyway, so I'm not dogging on the chicks there, because there's some chicks out there that Michelle, possibly Michelle.
Oh, Michelle's awesome.
That jump in, that are respectful. Really they understand flow of a conversation and all that. It's great. Aunt T's another good one. So, so again, not dogging on the women. That's just the ones that pop into my head immediately, and the ones I can remember, quite honestly. But yeah, there's so much that goes on, and I'm like, can't we, like the fucking conversation around based oracle that fucking was going on. Like, god damn, can we stop talking to meta? Just
right.
Fuck that dude. There's other conversations we can be having, and we're taking up time talking about, when they got on to Speakeasy and somebody got on into it one time, and I'm like, can we not just kick somebody and fucking continue the conversation here? Because like, I really don't think the audience out there cares. I mean, I got to think the majority of the audience had rather a productive conversation that's actually going somewhere than back and forth name calling and bullshit.
Yeah, so I mean,
or maybe that's just me. Could be.
No, I think that you're right. So like we had a stream in here, and as much as I tried to turn the subject, everybody just kept bringing it back, and it was really. I'm like, dude, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, just stop it. And I rarely ever. I don't know that I've actually kicked anybody off of the channel. That I'm aware. I've kicked them out of the chat. I've told them not that they can't be in the chat, but I've never kicked anybody off my panel because generally I just want you to just play nice,
Yeah.
And well, no, it's not true. I did remove what's that guy's name? Ben Thorpe. Oh, that was awesome too when I did that. That was fucking hilarious.
Like from the panel or from the channel?
Yes, we had a panel in here one night. We had and we actually got a panel of Crucible dudes coming in. It was legit. And
later Stepfire.
And it was just it was Andrew was up on the panel and a lot of the Crucible, the cool Crucible guys. And this guy named Ben Thorpe, who I had not heard of, decided.
Grace's dad, right?
Yeah, Grace's dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice Stepfire.
I've never seen him around, but I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah. He won't come around here anymore.
Could you say that? Could you say that in a Clint Eastwood voice? It'd be really fucking cool.
Yeah, if your vocals are still healing, that'd be cool.
He won't come around here anymore.
He won't come around here no more. Man,
that kind of sounded more like Sling Blade there.
Yeah.
Carl Childers.
Man's got to know his limitations. But anyway, so Ben Thorpe. So I did not know this, but Andrew and Ben do not like each other, and Andrew has a problem with Ben on a couple of levels, and I see now why now.
Oh yeah, I can see it, and I don't know Ben, or whatever.
Right.
I've never heard him or seen him, but I can imagine just from Grace. I can imagine.
Yeah, Ben. So I put Ben up on the panel, and you may have noticed really the only thing that where I absolutely draw the line is you can't lie. Okay, you can sit there and you can spew a line of nonsense. You can
because I've been lying to you motherfuckers for months now. I'm anti-2A and I'm a total complete fucking
whatever.
degen. I actually own a series of brothels and
yeah, there you go. So you can come up here and talk about some of the strangest shit on the planet and all that. That's cool. That's your opinion. It's all good. But I hate it when I catch people lying, especially when they lie about things that are kind of weird to lie about to begin with. So Ben asked to be up. Andrew said, yeah, hey man, it's your show, whatever. So we put Ben in and he behaved himself for like 5 whole minutes. And then he started bullshitting. And the funny thing is that the more people like that talk, the more they end up getting caught in lies. And sure enough, he lied. And I'm like, Ben, dude, we just caught you in a lie. He's like, I didn't lie. I'm like, we can play back the tape, dude. You literally just said this, and now you're saying this that whatever it was. And he started kind of going after Andrew, and he came at me. He didn't really come after me too hard, but he was just being Ben. And so there was this. And I had my hand on my finger on the button, and Andrew said something like, "Just get him out of here." And literally, like before Ben could reply, he was gone. Like it was a flawless execution of dumping somebody. And I didn't actually boot him. I just put him down in the green room. I originally intended just for him to let him cool down. And
well, that's what I did. That's what I did the other night too.
Yeah, just chill out.
But usually when you do that, they're kind of like they get the point and they leave most of the time.
No, he hung around for a long time. He hung around the rest of the show. But they're, and I just can't. I don't want Grace Thorpe on the show anymore. She came on and she's
super disrespectful, dude.
Super disrespectful, and she was just like milking for. And she's like, "Oh, I'm giving you all this good content." And I'm like, none of the people that watch this show want to see that kind of shit. Like, that's why they come here and don't go to your stream. And I don't know. There's a bunch of, so I just tend not to like any of that. I would just prefer not to. I would prefer to not interact with them at all if that's the price that I have to pay.
I learned a long time ago, and you notice that, I obviously I do videos. I've got, hundreds, thousands of videos up. I do my live stream. You've been on there. We run cameras, right? But usually when I jump in a panel, and this has been this way for a decade now of live streams, I typically don't run a camera. And there's a reason. Now, I get Andrew's deal if you're in a debate with somebody, because body language, a lot of that plays a role. I get all of that, right? But I don't debate. Like, I'm not here to straight up be debating anybody. I just want to toss around ideas and have a conversation more than anything, and maybe get to understand another person and that sort of thing. So very seldom do I run cameras. And I find that there is typically better conversation when people don't run cameras. Because the audience out there, and don't get me wrong, the audience will complain that they want cameras. I've seen that a bunch of times. Like, why don't so-and-so turn on his camera? Why don't so-and-so turn on the camera? But if there's not a camera, they're more apt to actually listen to the conversation. The audience is. And I've learned that a lot from the podcast world. There's things that I get all the time because my podcast, I record them obviously live on YouTube, and then I push them over in the audio podcast world. Well, they do shit on YouTube because they're long, way long compared to a normal video, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they get a few hundred views or some shit like that typically. Whereas I put them in podcasts and they get thousands and thousands of downloads because people like that. They'll tolerate that long form content, right? And I'll get the podcast listeners that will talk about things in the podcast, my podcast, that I didn't even realize was said or happened or went on. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, and I got to go back and listen or whatever. It's like I even missed that. You know what I mean? Because I was so preoccupied with the video and looking at the chat and like all of these other things. And so to me, video can be a distraction to the conversation, quite honestly.
I personally enjoy the video aspect of it because I like to read people's faces. I like to see the reactions and all of that. So I prefer video. That's why I chose this format rather than a radio style talk show. I like it. It's been pretty good so far. But yeah, I think the only people that are actually banned from the channel, Based Oracle is now, but that was only because I didn't want to get involved with the drama between Andrew and all those guys. It was just easier for me, from the word go, to just distance myself 100% and let those guys sort it out, right? Like I didn't need the drama. And I was watching what was happening on other channels, and it just didn't make. I didn't like it. Hey, it's made by Jim Bob. What's up, Jim Bob?
Fucking Jim Bob. No audio. I love it. Hey, I got my sticker packs, Jim Bob. Thanks for that.
I prefer cartoons.
Took fucking long enough, just for everybody out there that understands. If you buy sticker packs from Jim Bob, it's about like a term life insurance fucking policy or some shit. Like, don't expect to get them really quick or anything. Like, it takes forever. But I got them. They're awesome. I'm gonna use them for giveaways or do something with them. I didn't need 18 packs of stickers or whatever the fuck I bought, but hopefully that'd help get him to Vegas or do whatever he needed to do. Yeah. The part of the camera thing. Okay, let's be honest here. Part of the camera. I'm sitting in the man cave right now on a laptop.
Sure.
And I don't really want to show anything publicly in here anyway. So,
Sure.
And I'm able to sit here and smoke my pipe and chill and have a conversation. And to do video, I would have to either try to rearrange that shit up in here, or I would have to go do it in the studio, which is much more fucking uncomfortable to me because it's just not where I spend most of my time. I spend an hour or two at a time when I'm recording a podcast. That's where I'm at, right? Like it's not set up to be comfortable.
Right.
So that's mainly why. Like I don't even have a camera in here. So that's why the thing down there is freaking the fuck out. Like I don't. So I don't know. I mean, maybe for something like this, maybe I need to do. If you're using this for moving forward, maybe if nothing else, because I can't get that avatar to work. So maybe I can do a virtual cam, if nothing else, with just like an avatar in the, you know what I mean? Like set up an avatar in the virtual cam or something.
You should be able to set it up. You just have to, you'll just have to play with it a little bit.
Because it sucks not having my name or like anybody. I mean, the people that are regular probably recognize my stupid redneck Texas voice, but.
Well, it's a very interesting thing to me, the studio thing, because originally I was podcasting from my desk. The problem is that I have a 3-year-old and he likes to scream at just the weirdest times for no good reason whatsoever. And so that's disconcerting. And then it just got to be where I was like, yeah, the desk isn't going to cut it. It's hard to control the light. The sound is not great. It's not bad, but it's not great. And so then I started to build the studio, and then see, look, there you are.
Yeah, it looks
how hard
stupid.
was that?
It all stretched and looks stupid. I'll have to work on that.
Yeah, you'll have to figure it out. But at the end of the day, I decided to do it in the studio, and the studio works out really good for me because it is quiet. There's nothing in there. I can control everything in there.
Yeah.
And it's
you don't smoke or anything either, and I don't smoke in the house. And my studio for the podcast is technically in the house. So.
Yeah, I don't smoke in the house. I don't smoke at all, so that's easy. I don't. But the thing is that if I want to get on somebody will be like, hey, let's hop on a podcast. I'm like, okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes, because I literally have to get up, put my shoes on, go find my laptop wherever I laid it down, and then go out, connect everything, turn on all the lights, which I actually have everything in the studio now to where it's like super easy to boot up, but I still have to do it. And so if I'm not going to be on for half an hour, I don't want to go. I don't want to do it. And I don't even want to try and do voice stuff, because I can't control the sound. So
yeah. X3 out there says we can make you a max headroom, I guess, avatar. Big shout out, man. Thanks to X3, by the way, who helped with Discord, finally getting that after years of neglect, because my people could care fucking less about Discord, and that's why I could care less about Discord, quite honestly, and I'm not good at using it. It's because like gun people don't give a shit about Discord. In fact, I think Discord's anti-gun, and any day now I expect them probably to boot my fucking server.
I actually did not care anything about Discord at all, but everybody's like, well, you can do stuff, and then I'm like, so my Discord for a long time was literally the quietest place probably on Discord, because I had a fair number of members, but nobody ever said anything there. Like nobody ever talked at all.
Well, it's anti-gun, so that's the thing is I feel like my days are numbered, so I'm definitely not going to put all my eggs in that basket.
Yeah.
But what I like about
are they anti-gun though?
Oh yeah, yeah. Go read the policies.
Okay.
They don't even want you
I hadn't
talking
read
about.
the policies. I mean,
Yeah, they don't even want you talking about. Now, Anson said Discord's awesome. They won't boot you. Well, maybe they won't, but their policy says they don't even want you talking about guns because I actually read through that.
Oh, dude, I
the other
posted
day.
pictures. I've done.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That I put. I've got channels over there where it's really cool because all the 2A organizations that are fucking awesome. I can drop links. I can drop links for deals on gear and other shit that that I find, some of my affiliate links and some of my other stuff, and I can drop in different codes and things. I can drop in channels. There's a lot I can do over there that it's in one place. So if it gets the traffic up or whatever, that can be cool. Like I said, as long as it's able to stay over there, they don't fucking get rid of it.
Yeah.
And hopefully Anson's right. Anson said they won't boot you. Hopefully it's just a policy and they don't really give a shit.
Yeah,
because enforcement, we discussed that with YouTube. Policies and the enforcement has said policies, two different things. So
right. Well, it's something that somebody can give you grief over, I guess.
Yeah.
And
I got mine set up too, and it may make a difference. Is that me freezing or you? I've got mine set up where, and I think most of this way, where I've got, and it just so you know, in case anybody has tried to join over there, unless you go into the members approval or whatever, member approval, and fill out like those questions, at that point, my mods and admin will give you member status where you have access to actually all the channels.
Yeah.
So unless we approve you, you can't see anything over there any fucking way. So yeah, X3 says private servers are different. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I should do that. I had a fan or friend or whatever make me a server, but I don't like being beholden to people, and I didn't like that I didn't make it and all that, so I made it myself. So I made another one, and I actually deleted the first one, or I deleted myself out of the first one, and again, man, for months it just stayed super quiet. Like I didn't even use it for anything. And now the biggest thing it's used for is to be able to have a place for people to meet, to give links to, to get them onto the show, because I don't believe in posting the link at the top of the page so anybody can click it. I just don't want to do that. So I don't. And really the biggest thing has been just doing the, as a meeting place. So, but it's quiet on there all the time. Let me do that. So good. Yeah.
It's one of them things that it's more, X3 was talking earlier about, and I think I've seen where he set up a couple. He was talking about we didn't have any voice channels over there yet and setting those up. And here's my issue, and whether it's other people's Discords or other people's channels or anything else, like my time is pretty limited.
Mm-hmm.
And over the last, there was a week there you guys probably didn't hear from me or close to it.
Yeah.
And then here coming up, there's probably going to be a couple of months that's going to be pretty slim because I go through these cycles where I've just got so much I've got to do. And so take that down to the day-to-day level, right? And then there's not that much time that I've got to spend just like hanging out. And I don't mean that in a bad, I would love to do it, but I'm not a consumer necessarily of content. I'm a fucking creator. So, unfortunately, I've got obligations and other things, and I got to try to take care of all that stuff.
Yeah.
And it limits the time I can just hang out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now in the evenings here with you or Glenn or Jake or whoever, that's a little different, in the evenings or at night. But during the day, I don't have time. So it's not like if I don't frequent your videos or frequent your channel or your Discords, it's not because I don't love you. It's just because I don't got time. But I've got friends in real life that are that fucking way that I may not see. Hell, both of my brothers, I would be willing to bet you it's been 2 months since I've seen either one of my brothers, and they live 20 miles away. Like,
yeah,
life happens like that. It's just the way it is, and it bugs me because we're all kind of friends or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like, I hope they understand. That's all I can say.
Looks like Andrew's going to be doing a midnight TikTok invasion.
Is that his first TikTok or an X?
TikTok.
Actual TikTok. Did he ever do an X?
He always does TikTok invasions.
Yeah, but he was going to start doing X.
He said TikTok on the thing. So it's an interesting thing with my Discord. I like my Discord now, but I'm never there, and I was never there to start with. And it's even like when I told the guys, the whole thing with whatever, everybody's like, you're a regular on there. And I'm like, well, I'm a regular because I have the time right now to do it. But now I don't have the time. Like somebody was asking me the other day, why aren't you on whatever anymore? And I'm like, well, because I'm already online for enough hours in a week that I just don't have an extra 4 or 5 hours to.
Yeah. Shit,
just,
4 or 5
or 8.
Great.
Yeah, I can't do 8-hour shows anymore. I never could do the 8-hour shows. Well, I guess I did a couple few times. But I can't do 8-hour shows. I can't. It's just really, really bad for me to try and be a part of. I want to, but it's hard. It's like really, really hard. So, and I'm, it's unfortunate because I really kind of want to be more involved, I guess you would say. But
yeah, have fun, Ansel. Don't blame you.
Yeah, it's I kind of want to be more involved, but at the same time, it's just not. It just can't happen.
Yes, what sucks. That's why I, well, that's one of the reasons I should say that I travel around and I make all these different trade shows and stuff. First of all, obviously that's FaceTime with some of the companies, and that sets up the channel. Continues to set up the channel to be able to do things and other stuff. But it's also because I don't get to fucking necessarily hang out on lives with people, or talking about in my niche, or or go watch their videos, or spend any kind of significant time. So those types of events does allow me to get to hang with all them just a little bit, and this is the same for them. They're all fucking busy too. So I think while I feel a little guilty sometimes for it, like I think that feeling is mutual. I think everybody that does this understands why. So
yeah, I don't. If somebody tells me that they can't be on because they were up for till midnight the night before, so I get it, man. So
I don't know how Glenn and Teriak. Those are two that I don't fucking understand I don't know how they navigate life, dude. I honestly don't know how they fucking navigate life. I couldn't do it.
Guys, I'm gonna stop the stream. Well, I'm gonna go to bed here in just a minute. You might have noticed that I've yawned a few times.
Loser. Quitter. Grid's a quitter. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I woke up early, so I go to bed late, I guess. But I'm gonna send you over to Glenn's stream, and I think he's gonna do a watch party commentary sort of thing of Andrew's TikTok invasion, along with some other cool topics that he'll have for you guys over there. It's been a great night, guys. We didn't get quite, the interesting thing about being on vacation is I'm not hitting the numbers that I was, at home, obviously, but I'm having, it's a lot more chill, a lot more relaxed. So I think I needed that. So we'll get into some stuff tomorrow night. That'll be a lot more.
How much longer are you out there?
I fly back in the morning.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, fly back tomorrow morning.
Back to the grind.
Back to the grind, baby. Got to do it. All right. For everyone, thanks for coming by. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. You guys have a great rest of your night. I'm sending you over to Glenn right now, and get off my lawn.